hope that the orientation leaders were insightful for you all and you were able to connect with some other students. You will have numerous other opportunities to engage with your orientation leaders as well as those in your group. And so remember how to find that link, because this afternoon you will be with them again. So welcome back. I see you all using the chat. Yes, we want to encourage you to use the chat and connect with one another. Just make sure you use it respectfully and use it in a way that's appropriate, and we can leave it enabled. With that, if you have questions, remember our text number is on our website, orientation.humboldt.edu. And so if you have immediate needs, you can text us. You can also email us at orientation@humboldt.edu. We want to make it as simple and as easy as possible. So with that, we are going to get right into the next piece with our keynote speaker, who's going to discuss some parameters around overcoming obstacles, which is a huge part of being in college. Michael was our keynote speaker last year and did such a phenomenal job, and students loved him so much that we decided to bring him back this year. And there are some changes and work that he's doing on our campus this year as well that I'm sure Michael will tell you all about. So with that, I am going to turn it over and ask you all to give your attention to our Overcoming Obstacles keynote, Michael Lynch. Michael, it is all yours.
Well, thank you, Dr. Turnbow, for really giving me an opportunity again to share. So can you all hear me okay? Make sure we got thumbs up. We're good?
Yes.
Okay. Right. The Zoom presentations are sometimes difficult, but thank you all so much for giving me an opportunity to share. And let me start off by saying that I am a Humboldt State alum, class of, I think, 2011. So I am familiar with what steps you are about to go through, but also the amazingness that is Humboldt that you have an opportunity to participate in. So I already see the chat going, but today's topic, we're going to talk about overcoming obstacles, but we're going to talk about it through the lens of finishing the race. You're probably saying, Michael, I'm just starting my race, but I would argue that you're in the latter half of being able to finish your race. So the topic of today's keynote is all about finishing the race. I don't know if you all have already saw or been watching the Olympics the past couple of weeks. Anybody been watching the Olympics at all? Anybody? Yes, no. Maybe you put it in the chat, yes, no. But the Olympics only comes around every 4 years, so it's a phenomenal, sort of momentous event. But when we think about finishing the race and we think about some of the impediments that you'll go through along the way to finishing the race, I want you to think about the disappointing U.S. men's 4x1 relay team. If you all run track, you know what I'm talking about. But around the second or third leg, they dropped the stick. So these are sprinters, these are professionals, these are some of the fastest people in the world who trained their entire lives to be where they're at, as far as being a part of the 4x1 men's Olympic relay team. And as the first person is going to the second person, you pass the stick with a relay. Second person goes to the third person, you pass the stick with a relay. Third person goes to the fourth person, you pass the stick for a relay, and that person sprints home. The U.S. Olympic men's team dropped the stick. They dropped the stick and therefore disqualified. They didn't get a chance to finish the race. What happens when you don't finish the race? What happens if you, as now an incoming freshman at Humboldt State, don't finish the race because of the obstacles that you will face along the way? So before we dig into the meat of the topic, I want to ask you all a couple of different questions. So the first one I want you all to engage in the chat is, what are you most looking forward to in college? So we can just put that first. What are you most looking forward to in college? Are you looking forward to the food? Are you looking forward to being away home from your parents? Are you looking forward to just COVID has been horrible for everybody? So you're looking for a change of scenery, making friends. We got getting smarter. Oh, wow, they are coming in quickly. Connections, friends, right? Whoever said no curfew, you're right. That was a big shocker. In the dorms, there were girls who were living right next door to me, and that was like a dream when I was in high school, and it happened in college. But right, yeah. So exploring, phenomenal stuff, meeting people, right? The connections, and okay, that's the first one. The next one I want you all to put in the chat is, what obstacles do you think that will keep you from not finishing the race as far as college? So what obstacles will keep you from not finishing the race? And in this case, the race is college completion. It's a bachelor's degree from Humboldt State University. So procrastination, right? Mental health, money, anxiety, like again, mental health, COVID, stress, distractions, COVID again, stress, money. So we have money, we have COVID, right? And we have stress, which is self-sabotage, procrastination. So there can be some obstacles along the way that could impede you from getting to finishing the race, which means in 4 years from today, from 4 years from 3 months ago, that you are walking across the Redwood Bowl with a degree in hand. That's the goal of this talk, is that you will hopefully learn from my story, learn from other stories, and how you can, even though you'll have money problems, which I did, even though you'll have mental health challenges like I did, even though you have procrastination challenges like I did, even though sometimes it may not be what you think it is, how can you still continue to finish your race? So there's 3 takeaways, and somebody put in the chat 3 takeaways I want you to take away. If you want to finish the race, if you want to get over the obstacles that you will encounter, there's 3 things I want you to remember. If you can, please jot this down somewhere, because I promise you it will help. The first one, if you want to finish a race, you need to have a vision of where you want to go. Have a vision of where you want to go. So you may be entering Humboldt as a forestry major, and your goal is to be a park ranger. Whatever that is, you need to have a vision and a why of where you want to go. If not, you're just going just to go. So you need to be able to explore and decide, but beyond, what is a vision for your life? What do you want to do? What do you care most about? Find something to attach your passions to, and that will help you get through the obstacles. When I was going to Humboldt, I thought for sure, right, that I wanted to be an attorney. So that was my vision moving forward. I'm not an attorney now, and I'll talk a little about what I do, but I'm not an attorney now. And now I help young men of color get to and through college. I run a nonprofit. But I had a vision of where I wanted to go, and that helped me to study. That helped me to stay on track. That helped me to do what I need to do to be the first in my family to graduate college. The second takeaway from today's speech, I wanted to make sure, please take this down. Be consistent and persistent. I'm gonna say it again. Be consistent and persistent, which means that there will be times that you do not want to go to class, 100%. Especially if you choose an 8 a.m. class, which I don't understand why people do in college. But there will be times where you don't want to go to class. There will be times where you don't want to study. There will be times you don't want to do what you need to do. A big part of success is showing up every single day, even if it's hard, even if you don't feel like it. You have to be able to put aside feelings to get to where you want to go. Another one is be persistent. You will encounter obstacles. I'm going to share with you some obstacles I encountered in my life. But you will encounter obstacles. So far we have a vision of where you want to go, be consistent and persistent. And the third one, in regards to finishing the race for us is you graduating from Humboldt State University with a bachelor's degree, is be prepared to go through a storm. Do we have any X-Men fans in the room? You all, any X-Men fan, put a yes or no in the chat. You all know Halle Berry. When Halle Berry was my childhood and adult crush, but she played Storm, and when she would come in the scene, she would create chaos at times, but the chaos was often temporary. I'm gonna say that again, just in case you all didn't miss it, just in case you missed it. Storm would come in and cause chaos, but the chaos was often temporary. So if you want to finish the race, if you want to graduate from Humboldt State University, right, in 4 years with a degree, you have to be prepared to go through a storm. So 3 takeaways from this speech, and I'm going to tell you who I am. Have a vision of where you want to go. Be consistent and persistent, and be prepared to go through a storm. So who is this guy that says on the Zoom, right, my name, Michael Lynch? So I'm gonna tell you a little bit about my story, and then share with you a couple of other just ideas on how you can be able to get through where you want to go. So for me, the people who came before me was a good example of what happens when you don't finish the race. How do you handle adversity? So with those 2 lenses in mind, most people in my life didn't get a chance to finish whatever race they're running. I'll share with you all like a quick background, but I grew up in Stockton. I don't know if we have anybody from the Central Valley, but I grew up in Stockton, California, and Sacramento. I spent most of my childhood in Stockton. Then I came, right, and spent a lot of my time in South Sac. I went to Valley High School in South Sac. I'm sure we have somebody from right South Sac in the room, but I went to Valley High School in Sac. And for me, my life growing up was symbolic of a lot of people who came before me who didn't have an opportunity to finish their race. And share with you a quick story. So I grew up in a single parent home. My mom left pretty early on when I was a kid, about 8 years old. And when she left, she created a lot of chaos. I mean, my mom at times was like it's still to this day, suffers from a lot of different mental health challenges. But my dad raised my siblings and I like largely by himself. He tried his best at all times to provide what he needed for us to be able to succeed. But I remember when I was about 6 or 7 years old, we were going through a McDonald's. I had a couple dollars in my pocket, maybe for my birthday, and I'd asked my dad, I said, hey, can we go to McDonald's? I want to be able to get a $2 Egg McMuffin. This is when Egg McMuffins cost $2. But so we pull up to the drive-through, and my older brother, who's sitting in the back of the car, he's crying. He's like, he's crying, he's yelling. He's like, Dad, how come I can't get an Egg McMuffin too? And my dad just starts crying. Says, son, I don't have the $2 to get you an Egg McMuffin. He didn't have the money to buy both of his kids breakfast. But that was symbolic, right? I remember I've only saw my dad cry 2 times in my life. And that was one when I was 6, another one when I was 15. My dad was crying. He said, son, I don't have the $2 that is needed to be able, to get you Egg McMuffin. So think about that for a minute. Think about if you're a father of kids, you have a couple kids in the back, and you're struggling to make ends meet. That was largely symbolic of my life. My dad worked extraordinarily hard to try to provide what we needed to succeed. At times we had enough, sometimes we didn't. And that story was really symbolic of how hard my father would often try to be able to get everything we needed, but sometimes we fell short. My dad was the first person in his family to go to college. He went to San Jose State, but he didn't finish the race. He had a couple of kids, dropped out, and had a life right up to about a couple of years ago of a life of struggle, a life where he wasn't able to finish his race, get his degree. So as a result, we had a lot of economic uncertainty in our life. Another example, just my environment growing up was when I was about 8th grade. I went to Lodi Middle School, right? They bused us to another city in North Stockton to go to school. And one day I came home from school and I'm walking up to the door and I see this red sign on the door. It says evicted. So 8th grade, I'm already going through a bunch of different challenges at school and I don't have a place to live. Some of you all may understand that. But for me, it was tough. Not only was I growing up in a single parent home where sometimes we have enough, sometimes we didn't. Now we didn't have a place to live. So 8th grade, right, I have dreams of wanting to go to college, right, to play football, right, and get a degree and live a better life. That was an obstacle that we had to be able to get through. And even in 8th grade, I knew that at this moment it was a storm, but the storm was going to be temporary because I was already conditioning my mind for success. I knew that life obstacles were going to come along my way, and I knew I wanted to live a different pathway, a different life than I did now. Another story I want to share. So after high school, I played football all throughout, from when I was 7 until I graduated college. And after high school, I got an opportunity to be recruited, right, and play football first before I went to Humboldt State at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. And up until this point, my life had been just about everything regarding football. I went to school and got good grades because I knew I wanted to be able to play football in college. So that was my whole world, was football and being the best possible athlete I can possibly be so I can one day, play college football. So my dream was to play Division I football. So I worked really, really hard. And you all don't know this, right? But I'm 5'9". And I played linebacker. Most linebackers, right, in Division I football are about 6'2". So which means that I was small. The school that I came from wasn't really good. So I had to work really hard before practice, after practice, right? There was no off season for me. It was all about being able, right, to train, to be consistent and persistent to be able to get to my dream, which was to play Division I football. So I was recruited to play football, went to the University University of Nevada, Las Vegas. And when I say that every single one of those takeaways as far as finishing the race, having a vision of where you want to go, be consistent and persistent, and be prepared to go through a storm, all three of those came together. Because where I was good in high school, right now I was amongst individuals who were just as good, if not better than me. So I had to be able to buckle down and train and be able actually to get on the field. So I was getting better from year to year, and I'm going into my redshirt sophomore year, right, which is your third year in college football. And I'm trying to compete for a starting job. And my position coach, my linebacker coach, calls me into the room, and he says, "Michael, if you stay here, I'm never going to start you." He says, "I want a linebacker who's 6'3" and runs a 4.7." And I wasn't that, although I could compete and I was doing well. Right? He's like, "Michael, like, I'm never going to start you. So if you stay here, you won't play." Despite me being one of the better players during the spring, and despite me competing at a high level, he was looking at me just in my measurables and saying what I couldn't do. Now, I knew what I could do. So I had a vision of wanting to be able to play college football, and here was a coach who was standing in the way of me being able to live out my dream. So what did I tell him? I said, "Coach, listen, I'm going to be able to, to be able to overcome any doubts that you may have." So, but when I was recruited to the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, I was a walk-on, which means that I still had to pay tuition, and work to be able to live in order to get it. So my coach had guaranteed us a scholarship to be able to, when I would start my sophomore year, my position coach recommended that I not get a scholarship, but then my dreams were crushed. So I had a vision of where I wanted to go. I was being consistent and persistent, but I was going through a storm. I was going through a storm because my dream of playing college football was now in jeopardy. And that was when Humboldt State came along. That was when Humboldt State gave me an opportunity to continue to play football, to continue to go to school, and to continue to be able to live my dream of wanting to do something different than growing up. So I was facing a storm with a coach that I couldn't do it. And some of you all may be familiar with obstacles already, but you'll have people who come into your life who often say what you can't do. You have to believe more than anybody else that you can do. And it's all about being able to finish the race. So what do I do now? So today I'm the co-founder and CEO of Improve Your Tomorrow. And what we do is really simple. We help young men of color get to and through college. And we serve about 3,000 young men all the way from Modesto to Stockton to Sacramento, now in Humboldt County, IYTU, right? And I helped to co-found Improve Your Tomorrow for a very specific reason. Black and brown boys are the least likely young people to graduate high school, least likely young people to attend college, and the most likely to enter the school to prison pipeline. So I saw these challenges in my community when I was growing up, whether in Stockton or Sacramento, where there were boys who looked like me, who had brown skin, who had black skin, who came from low-income households, came from single-parent homes. We often were the least likely group of folks to be able to be where you're at today, college. I thought that was exceptionally unfair. When I was 17 and a freshman in college, I had this experience that really changed my life. It was another storm, which really helped to fortify in why I wanted to be able to create something that helped to get more young men of color to and through college. So I'm a freshman at the University of Las Vegas. Again, I'm in training camp, my first week away from home, and I get a phone call at midnight that says one of my friends was shot and killed. It was a friend who was near and dear to my heart, who I looked up to. His life was taken at 19. And that was only symbolic of all the other deaths that would come across in my neighborhood, the same neighborhood in which I came from, were just young men who looked like me would lose their life early. So I had two feelings that day. One, I felt guilty that I was away from my neighborhood. And two, I felt remorseful. I felt like I had to be able to do something to help to change the outcomes for other young men of color. So we created Improve Your Tomorrow. In 2013, and 17 young men showed up that first day at Valley High School in South Sac. And now the organization is all the way across the Northern California, serving 3,000 young men. So I say that to say, when we talk about the three takeaways of you being able to finish the race, of having a vision of where you want to go, be consistent and persistent, be prepared to go through a storm, because you're going to need all three of those for you to be able to graduate from Humboldt State with a degree, to be able to live the life that you want to live. So how do you finish the race? How do you make sure that you can be able to overcome COVID, how you can overcome money problems, how you can overcome stress, how you can overcome all these different obstacles that will come your way? The first one, have a vision of where you want to go. If you all are familiar with Mother Teresa, like put it in the chat, but she was this phenomenal woman uh, who had who started a worldwide organization to be able to help to feed the poorest of the poor across the world. So she would raise, as a nun, she would raise millions of dollars every single year to serve thousands and thousands of people across the world in communities where there were no other service. Mother Teresa had a vision. You know, there was a story. I don't know if it's true or not, but Mother Teresa, they'd often say, it can go into any airport in the world and be able to get on a plane, any plane in the world, like for free. All she would have to do is that she was Mother Teresa. Because of her impact of being able to serve other people, to put other people's needs before her own. Mother Teresa, when she started her organization, had a vision of where she wanted to go. She knew that service was going to be important, and she knew that there was going to be a bunch of people who nobody else wanted to serve. So Mother Teresa, who worked for $0 for decades and decades, ran a multi-million-dollar organization who fed the poor, who provides services for those in it. She had a vision of where she wanted to go. But she knew that in order to finish her race, she had to be able to see it. So wherever you want to be able to go, you have to see it. No dream is too small, no dream is too big, but you have to be able to see where you want to go. And that's going to help you overcome obstacles. Takeaway 2, be consistent and persistent. For those of you all know, right, President Abraham Lincoln's story, right? But he was a very significant president in US history. He signed the Emancipation Proclamation that freed the slaves, but he did a bunch of other stuff. He signed this bill called Land Grant Universities, which Humboldt State was founded on. You know, that the federal government gave away free land in the 1800s to be able to have states start universities. But Abraham Lincoln's story was filled with a bunch of trials along the way. He eventually became like a US president, but he was born poor, right? He was born with a bunch of different mental health challenges. He had a mental health breakdown when he was about 19 years old. His first run for public office as a state legislator in Illinois, he lost. When he ran for Congress, he lost. When he ran to become vice president of the United States, he lost. When he ran for US Senate, he lost. All those losses, he had 2 wins, 5 losses, and his last win was to win the presidency of the United States. He had to be consistent and persistent of where he wanted to go. He had a vision for the country and where he wanted to take it. He had to be consistent and persistent. So one of the most significant individuals in the United States history lost more elections than he actually won. He had to have a vision of where he wanted to go, but he had to be consistent and persistent. So one of my jobs as a CEO of Improve Tomorrow is I have to fundraise, which means we have a $9 million budget. So I have to ask people all across the state, like, for money to be able to help us to continue the work we want to be able to do. Time and time again, I get no's. I get way more no's, right, than yeses. There's one story in particular where this one of the individuals, he says, I'm asking him like for a sponsorship for an event we're having. He says, you know, Michael, I really just don't support what you're doing. What you're doing doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Keep in mind, I run an organization that helps young men of color get to and through college. So he not only told me no, he said, no, I don't even believe in what you're doing. So in the world of fundraising, you get a whole lot more no's than you get yeses. But in order for me to be able to execute a vision of want to be able to see more young men of color get to and through college, I have to be able to be consistent and persistent, have to be able to have a vision of where I want to go. Takeaway 3, be prepared to go through a storm and know the storm is temporary. Just know the storm is temporary. So you all said, some of you all were watching track, you all may know the story of Allison Felix. She had 11 Olympic medals, one of the most decorated Olympians of all time. 2 years before like this year's Olympics, she gave birth right to a daughter uh, when she was pregnant at 3 months. So 2 years earlier, she'd given birth to a child and given birth when the child was 3 months old. They said that that little girl would not make it. If you all saw Allison Felix, and when she won the Olympic trials, her family rushed out to her to be able to see her. The same little girl who is now healthy and happy and will probably be faster than her mom, right, healthy as can be. So at so Allison Felix, one of the most decorated Olympians of all time, 2 years before she has a baby, she's going through a storm. Keep in mind, at the same time while she's training to be an Olympic athlete, at the same time to being able to get her 10th and 11th medal, has a baby when she was 3 months. So during her first trimester, she was going through a storm, and she knew that in order to get through that storm, she knew the storm was temporary, and she had to be able to get through it. So today, right before this speech, I had a press conference where we announced that California Volunteers, which is in office of the governor of California, we had a press conference to announce that California Volunteers was giving us $1.6 million to be able to expand across the state. And one of those is to Humboldt State University, where we're starting an IYTU program that's focused on persistence and retention. So if you identify as a man of color, if you're looking for some additional support, we have an IYTU program that's going to be on campus, and I'll share with you the person's information. So we had a press conference to announce that we got $1.6 million. And I'm like wrapping up here shortly, $1.6 million to be able to help us to fund to expand. When we talk about having an ability to go through a storm, a month ago, California Volunteers emailed us and said that they weren't giving us anything, $0, right, to be able to expand, right, to be able to support the work that we wanted to do. So we had to be prepared to go through a storm to be able to get to where we want to go. So as I wrap up, I just want to be able to share with you, like to reshare the takeaways. If you want to be able to finish the race, get to where you want to go, you got to be able to do three things. One, have a vision of where you want to go, be consistent and persistent, and be prepared to go through a storm. You have what it takes to be able to finish the race. Sometimes your biggest obstacle is you yourself. You have what it takes and you can do it, but you got to believe. Your degree will change your life. And I pray and hope that in 4 years from now, maybe I can come back and see and talk, but that many of you all today have finished the race and walked across the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael, for being here with us this morning. If in the chat, you can thank Michael for being here. As you can see, they are blowing up. They were super engaged in your entire speech. As always, you never disappoint. Really appreciate you spending some time with our students. Due to time, we don't have time for Michael to answer questions live. However, Michael, if you have a minute or two in the Q&A box, there is one question for you that you can type a response to the student there who had a question. So thank you so much. The students are thanking you in the chat, and we are going to prepare our transition for our next session. If you see from your schedule, students, that you are still here, we are remaining here for our next session, which is our Dean of Students Office, as well as Title IX and our Rape Advocate team, who is also here. So I am going to turn it over to Roger, who is the Associate Dean of Students here at HSU, and he will be sharing his screen for all of the sessions for this segment, and then you all get a break after that. One quick reminder, the swag box link is fixed. There was an error some of you were getting that you could not access it. So your swag box link is fixed, and we will put that in the chat for you to make sure for those of you who have not completed the form can do so. Roger, is all yours.
All right, all. Welcome to orientation. Welcome to HSU. My name is Roger Wayne. I'm the Associate Dean of Students, and I'm a proud HSU alum. So I'm just excited for you all to be here. I'm going to share screen real quick. I'm going to be going over just some of the Dean of Students office resources and some of the things that you'll need to know before you start here on campus in this semester. If you have any questions, feel free to put them in the Q&A box and I'll get to them afterwards. But with the Dean of Students office, we are coordinating orientation. And so our Dean of Students is Ebony Ford Turnbow, who you've been hearing this morning. And if you ever have, I like to think of the Dean of Students office as the compass to the campus. And so if you ever get lost, you ever need anything, feel free to contact our office. We might not be the people to actually fix it for you, but we'll let you know how to get a hold of those people or what process you might need. For our this semester, where you can find us, we're in Siemens Hall, which is right off the UC Quad. We're in Siemens Hall 211. You can call us at 707-826-3504. If you can't get a hold of somebody, we are answering phone calls remotely. Some of us are still working from home, but if you can't get a hold of us, please leave a voicemail and it comes to our emails and we'll call you back. You can also email us at eos@humboldt.edu. And we should be working in person in late September. And so we will be in person partially. And so you can come visit our website just for those hours once we get to late September. Just some quick things, the pandemic and COVID-19 is still happening. And so just some quick reminders for those who have been checking their emails about what you'll need to do for this semester regarding COVID-19. And I would say everything is changing. And so just keep checking your emails. That's how we're going to, anybody on campus is going to notify you of any changes as your HSU email. But you may have seen something called the social responsibility commitment. And the social responsibility commitment is regarding COVID-19 and really our commitment as a community, both students, staff, faculty, and community members to make sure we're being as safe as we can in regards to COVID-19, especially with the Delta variant going on right now. We just want to make sure everybody's safe. And so just some reminders, if you're vaccinated for COVID-19, which I know most of you are, you will submit your vaccination records by September 10th, 2021, and you receive some emails about how to submit that. You'll submit it through the health center. If you are unvaccinated for COVID-19 and you qualify for an exemption, that's either a medical or religious exemption, you need to submit that exemption by September 10th. And then if you do qualify for exemption, you will need to get tested every week. If you're unvaccinated for COVID-19 and you haven't submitted an exemption by September 10th, you're not going to be able to participate in any in-person activities. And that means classes, events, services. So make sure you submit that information, whether you have an exemption or you're vaccinated by September 10th. If you travel internationally, when you come back, you will need a quarantine for 10 days prior to returning to campus. And you won't be able to attend any in-person activities, so classes or anything like that. So just heads up, I don't think there's going to be a lot of students traveling internationally, but if you do, just be worried that you will need a quarantine. Anytime that you are indoors on campus, you will need to wear a mask or face covering. If you're outdoors and you cannot maintain a 6 feet a distance, then you'll also have to wear a mask. If you're outdoors and you can maintain 6 feet, then you don't have to wear one. That doesn't matter if you're vaccinated or unvaccinated. Again, you have to wear a mask. Again, right now with the Delta variant, that's why we're requiring that. You also need to know that you won't be able to attend any in-person activities, including classes, if you're not wearing a mask. So always bring a couple of masks with you, put some in your backpack, make sure that you have some by your door. Hopefully some of this stuff is familiar to you in the past year and a half, but just generally do a daily wellness self-check before coming onto campus or leaving your residence hall. And that just means if you're feeling sick, if you're coughing, those types of things, that's a wellness self-check. If you live off campus, you'll stay off campus or stay in your room. If you are sick, we want you to obviously wash your hands frequently. That's 20 to 30 seconds with soap and water, or use hand sanitizer. If there's any information coming from public health, you're going to follow those regulations. And this generally follow just monitor your personal health and follow medical instructions. And any other instructions come from the university. Hopefully this is not new information. Again, we've been in this for about a year and a half, but just some quick things about face mask is when you're wearing a face mask, make sure it's actually on your face. Don't just put it on your neck. That doesn't do anything. Make sure your face mask is not loose on the gaps of your side. Don't wear a face mask that leaves the tip of your nose open. Again, that's not really helping anybody. Don't have your face mask below your nose. Again, not helping anybody. And then don't leave your chin exposed. The final picture is do wear your face mask as it comes all the way up, close to the bridge of your nose, and all the way down to your chin. Do your best to tie in loops or ties so it's snug around your face without gaps. Again, anytime you're on campus, if you refuse to wear a face mask in classrooms or anywhere else on campus, you will be removed from that classroom for disruptive behavior. If you continue to violate this mandate, you can be restricted from campus. So if you live on campus, you can be removed from housing. You can be suspended or expelled from the CSU. That's the last thing I want to be doing. Last thing we want to happen. And so make sure, again, that you're wearing your face mask. Another thing that's come up in the pandemic, just really quick, is a lot of academic honesty issues. Please do not use Chegg. Please do not, contact others to, cheat or plagiarize or anything like that. We've had a lot of uptick on cases for academic honesty, and so just be mindful to not use these websites. We can, and we do know when students are using these things, and if we find out that you're using these things, you can fail from classes, you can be suspended and expelled. So if you need any help, we're going to talk about tutoring services later in orientation, but please use those things instead of something like Chegg.
Roger, can you turn
And
your
then just
video?
another quick shout out.
Roger, can you turn your video off? You're going in and out on certain parts, maybe to help us hear you better.
Sure. Is this better?
Yep, thanks.
Hopefully. Okay. So just a quick shout out with CARE Services. That's a campus assistance response and engagement team that's within the Dean of Students office. Again, you can contact us by dos@humboldt.edu. But really, if you are dealing with any extenuating circumstances, please contact us. We provide referrals to a variety of support resources on and off campus. If you're dealing with an extenuating circumstance, let's say you need to go home because somebody's sick with COVID, or you have a wildfire back home and you need to take care of some family or something like that, we can arrange academic accommodations for students. That can include notifying professors regarding missed classes, dropping a course, withdrawing, or navigating other university procedures. If for whatever reason you are having housing issues, we do have a temporary emergency housing program where we can house you for free for 21 days on campus. And then you can also refer yourself to CARE or be referred by a staff and faculty member. So sometimes we'll reach out to you and you might not know why. I have Rob Keevers and Callie Rothrock's information on here. Again, best way to get a hold of them is just through dos@humboldt.edu or call our office. And then we do have a basic needs website in case you have questions about food insecurity or healthcare or anything like that. It's just basicneeds@humboldt.edu. or basicneeds.humboldt.edu. And I think that's it at this point. I think I'm going to hand it over to Alan and I'll swap presentations. Give me one sec.
And again, please put
Alan,
your questions in the Q&A box for any of our presenters.
And then Alan, if you just let me know when you want me to click slides.
Okay. Excuse me. Good afternoon or morning. I think it's still morning. Good
morning. Something just happened with your sound. Alan, we could hear you at first and then it cut out. No, we can't hear you.
Any better now?
Yes, much better.
All right. I had to ditch the headphones. All right. My apologies. Good afternoon, everyone, or good morning again, everyone. My name is Alan Ford. I'm the interim Title IX and DHR administrator. DHR stands for discrimination, harassment, and retaliation. Those are important. We'll get into why right now during this presentation. You can see on the right there, the outline. Roger, go ahead. So what is Title IX? No person in the United States shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any education program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. So let's jump into a little bit of what that means. Roger? So the question comes, where does it mention sex? Oh, what does it mention, men or women? It doesn't. It states sex there in the second part of the definition up there that you can see. And that applies to representations of sex and or gender. The difference between sex and gender, what's the difference between the two? Well, one is a physical or biological determination. The other is a social concept, but it's solely determined by you. And the most important missing word in Title IX, access. Discrimination typically involves a barring of access to some type of event or opportunity. And what Title IX is here to do is to provide access, right? So this next slide, we'll talk about some things that may provide some uncomfortable feelings, but the point here is to make sure that you all understand where Title IX is coming from, Roger. So a lot of different opportunities for you to have heard about Title IX from somewhere. So let's jump into where you might have heard from it. We'll go with the very first one, Roger, and that's April 2011, Catherine Lehman. You might not know the name, but what Catherine Lehman did, she was the former Secretary of State and was very well known for implementing the Dear Colleague letter, which is a document that eventually turned into some of the more contemporary aspects of Title IX and how we see Title IX now. So what Title IX means for us now is really created through that Dear Colleague letter. The next one was November 2011. A lot of people remember Joe Paterno being fired from Penn State, and that follows instances with assistant coach Jerry Sandusky, who was sentenced to prison. And those instances both have to do with Title IX from a lack of reporting. So the requirement to report is also represented through Title IX. Next, in September of 2014, it was the national launch of It's On Us, which was a group with a specific determination to understand where bystander intervention played into instances of sexual assault, specifically on college campuses. In January of 2015, you saw the arrest and the court trial that happened with Brock Turner, who was a swimming student at Stanford. Of course, there was a Title IX procedure, but that ran separate to the court procedure. And it's important to understand that those two things can and typically do happen simultaneously. October of 2016, national momentum builds for accountability through the Me Too movement. Of course, that was created or coined, a phrase coined by Tarana Burke back in 2006 and still represented to this day. January of 2017 was the hearing for Betsy DeVos, the most recent former Secretary of Education, and a lot of the implementations from DeVos's Title IX perspectives are still represented to this day as well. January of 2018, Larry Nassar was sentenced to 175 years, and part of that has to do with both child pornography and instances that happen on the Michigan State University campus. And most recently in North Carolina, a charter school sought the direction from federal guidance, and federal guidance did say that it is against policy to discriminate because of gender, and that has to do with the types of clothes that students would wear. Roger? So what's the history of Title IX? 1972, Nixon signs Title IX into law. And kind of going in, feel free to click about here, Roger. 2002, Patsy Mink is a senator who is a senator from Hawaii, is posthumously named as part of Title IX. 2011 goes back to that Dear Colleague letter that we mentioned earlier that Catherine Lehman signed into practice. And 2020, this year, this past year, new regulations were released and implemented by former Secretary of Education Betsy DeVos. Now, what those new regulations mean for you all as students, not too much. What it means for me as the Title IX coordinator is really understanding how Title IX works and in what instances new regulations are implemented versus older regulations. Roger. So why is Title IX important? It prioritizes equity over equality. And you can go ahead. So a couple of definitions there. I'm sure a lot of you have seen this kind of cartoon before. This cartoon just represents the differences, right, between equity and equality, and it's there with those little boxes. There are a couple of definitions, Roger, there too, for both words. Additionally, what's number 2? What else does Title IX do? As a federal mandate to eradicate gender discrimination and what gender discrimination may potentially look like. It could look in the form of sexual assault and sexual harassment and sexual misconduct, but it could certainly be just as much physical as verbal. And number 3, it established a precedent for sports participation. So we can go to the next slide. What type of sports participation? In 1973, you had Billie Jean King, who won the Battle of the Sexes in tennis. In 1984, Cheryl Miller, gold medalist and 2-time champion, national champion at USC. 1996, you had Carrie Strug, who famously won the gold medal in the 96 Olympics in Atlanta. 2017, Becca Longo became the first woman to sign a football scholarship. And this year, Cameron Brink became the first woman to sign an NIL, or the name, image, and likeness opportunities that exist for college students. And on our campus specifically, every campus has a woman administrator through sports. Ours is Kelly Kime, who works down in athletics. All right. So why is Title IX important? I won't read these off, but these are some statistics that kind of continue to tell the story of Title IX and why Title IX is important. There are a lot of statistics out there that tell the story of the need for Title IX offices and the work that Title IX coordinators and those others that were officially in the capacity to work with Title IX do. And let's now meet some of those folks in the next slide. So the first one is Alan Ford, yours truly. You get it? Glasses, no glasses, kind of like Clark Kent, Superman. I'm the Title IX coordinator on campus. Next is Jen Sanford, who is our CAPS director, CAPS being counseling and psychological services. Roger, as you click through, the names will pop up. Cooper Jones is our athletic director on campus, or director of athletics. Roger Wang, you've seen him before. He's the associate dean of students. David Hickox is the interim vice president for human resources. That's typically when staff are involved, even faculty on in certain circumstances. Nikki Viso is the other part of the Title IX office. Nikki and I work together on campus. Cherie Gordon is the chief of staff and my direct report. The next person is Dustin May, who is our general counsel representing Humboldt State through the CSU. Anthony Morgan, who, if you haven't seen him already, you will soon. He's the director of campus safety and our chief of police. And finally, Dr. Tom Jackson, our president of the university. Those are some of the people who are involved directly with Title IX. Now, the last part, I think I'm short on time here, but the last part goes through some of our definitions and some of our important definitions in regards to Title IX and on our campus. We can just kind of click through them here quickly here, Roger, but some important stuff here is represented. If I can, I'm happy to send this via email, or anybody who's interested in learning more can certainly contact me, and I'm happy to talk through some of these with you. So the first definition that you saw there was for sexual harassment, was typically a type of sexual discrimination. You can keep going, Roger, it's all right. The next one is for prohibited conduct, which I think Roger had gone over briefly, but there's just more here about prohibited conduct and what that looks like and what that means. Next, we'll get into the definition for affirmative consent. And of course, California being an affirmative consent state, there's a lot to know and a lot to keep in mind when it comes to affirmative consent. Know that it's enthusiastic and ongoing are the two most important words of affirmative consent. And here's the last definition that we'll use here as some of the different opportunities that exclude excuses when it comes to affirmative consent. Now, Time for your first exam in college, your first college exam. Let's go through it. Number one.
And sorry to jump in. We have about 30 seconds that we need to
Oh, no,
transition to.
we don't have time for you.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this then, everybody passes. Congratulations, you've passed your first exam. Thank you for hanging out with me for a minute. And again, my information is there. If anybody has any questions, feel free to let me know. So listen, you've passed your first exam. Congratulations. You're well on your way to being great graduates of Humboldt State University. Happy to see you here. Take care.
Thank you, Alan. And I believe we have Cassandra next to finish out for the next. We got about 7 minutes left before your break. And so it is all yours.
Thank you. I saw some people saying goodbye. Please don't leave yet. So hi, we are the Campus Advocate Team. We are a program of the North Coast Rape Crisis Team. My name is Cassandra and pronouns are she, her, and our vision is a world without violence. So let's get started. So we work with the university and not for the university. And this is very important because since we are not employees of HSU, we have no reporting requirements and cannot share any information without express consent of survivors. And this is helpful because it helps us prioritize serving the needs of survivors that are impacted by things like sexualized violence, intimate partner violence, and stalking, etc., whether they choose to report or not, whether that happened within the Title IX definitions or not as well. And we are also since we're also partners with the university, we maintain confidential and privileged communications. And last but not least, we are also very community-based, which allows us to provide a wide range of services off campus as well as on campus. And we have our 24-hour support hotline on the last slide, but you'll see it definitely more in the next few slides. So Alan went over this a bit, but going over what is consent again, consent is mutual and affirmative. This means that everyone involved is agreeing and okay with it. And also that it also means that it's clear. And if you're not sure, ask. And if you're still not sure, then that probably means no. Consent is also knowing and free-willed, and consent can be withdrawn at any point because you have the right to do so. Consent is also present when someone is, consent is also not present when someone is unconscious, blacked out and or asleep, use of drugs / alcohol, or living with a mental or developmental disability that might interfere with someone's ability to understand their choices. But that does not mean that those that have a mental or developmental disability can't have a healthy relationship, because they very well do. So moving forward, Alan went over Title IX. Some things to add to that are that Title IX helps address gender-based inequities and discrimination, and also sexual harassment, sexual assault, domestic violence, or dating violence, or intimate partner violence, and also things like stalking and gender-based harassment or discrimination. So on this next slide, we'll be talking a bit about our services at the Campus Advocate Team. We have an office on campus, so that's pretty helpful for students. Like I said earlier, our 24-hour hotline is up here at the top, left-hand corner. We provide counseling for students, and all of our services are free and confidential. So whether you want counseling from our main office, that's free, or if you want counseling on campus, that's also free. We provide accompaniments to Title IX, law enforcement, and medical accompaniments, and also other appointments as well. We also help with, like accountability measures or securing accommodations, and that could look like, changing your class schedule or changing the class you're in. It could also look like changing, the dorms that you're staying in so that you could feel more safe. We also provide referrals to on and off campus services and organizations. So that could be like counseling. If you don't want counseling through us, we could help you find a counselor in the area. And we also act as advocates for survivors in need. That's like one of our main services that we provide. And we also do regular contact with Title IX coordinator Alan Ford, and by communicating as appropriate about case statuses, etc. And on this next slide, we have more information that our services are all free and confidential. And our services are for students, staff, and faculty, and for people of all ages, genders, and circumstances who've experienced trauma resulting from sexual violence, intimate partner violence, stalking, and/or gender-based harassment. So whether it falls within the Title IX guidelines or not, including things that may have happened before, someone can get services at HSU. So what that means is that if you have experienced sexual abuse or anything of that matter, any time before today, like say like in high school or your childhood, you are able to get our services for free. And you're able to also call our hotline as well if you are a friend or family member of someone that's also a survivor. So say you're trying to support somebody and you need help with that, you could give us a phone call and we could help you. So some other services that we do are we inform students about, like we provide like educational workshops. So sometimes we'll be on campus and we'll provide like consent projects and workshops and stuff like that. And last but not least here, some of the services that we do, we help or are informed by an understanding of consent and the knowledge that no one deserves what happened to them by someone else's choice of violence. So we just make sure that we come from a trauma-informed approach, and we want to make sure that people that like have our services feel safe enough to continue on and have that trust and rapport with us. And that's our last slide here, and we have our 24-hour hotline. I'm so sorry that there is not a lot of time, and I know it's lunchtime, so I know what that feels like. But if you have any questions or any comments, feel free to call our hotline, and we'll be at the other end to pick up the phone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just a reminder, this is in your Canvas course, all of the Title IX information and the information that was just presented from Cassandra. So it is your break. So you can stay logged in. We are going to leave this up, or you can come back at 12:15, but we will be starting promptly at 12:15 for the next piece. So make sure you return to this link at that time. Enjoy your lunch. All right, for those of you who are still here, we will be starting back in 2 minutes. So just get prepared and we'll start in 2 minutes. Okay, we are back. And I'm sure more students will be trickling in as we are returning back from lunch. Thank you so much for being here on time. For those of you post break, we hope you got a good snack in, maybe some coffee or tea to get your energy up. So we are going to have our wellness and well-being session. And if you have not met Raven yet, she is phenomenal. And so she is going to be the presenter for our next session. And so with that, I am going to turn it over to you, Raven, so you can have all of your time, as I know students often have questions. And as a reminder, put your questions in the Q&A box and our team will answer them behind the scenes as we go, or at the end, if there's time, we'll ask Raven to answer them live. Raven, it's all yours.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Raven Craig. I am hoping that my video will get pinned in just a second. Thank you. I should probably close the chat or else I'm going to keep looking at it. I am going to throw into the chat very quickly. These are links to all the things I'm going to be talking about today, as well as my contact information. So if you want to refer to any of the things I'm talking about, you can find those there. And then I'm going to close the chat because you are all chatty. All right, so I'm going to put my presentation up. All right, so my name is Raven Craig. I am a health educator here at Humboldt State University. Welcome to college. Congratulations on being here, or wherever you are. If you're doing college distance for a little while, we'll get you here eventually. Just to introduce myself, I am a double alum from HSU. So I've been at Humboldt State since 2006, and I graduated with both an undergraduate and a graduate degree here. I have been working here since I graduated with my master's degree with like a short brief stint I did in DC, but mostly I came back. I'm not from here. I am from Covina, which those of you, some of you might know where that is. It's east of LA, about 40 minutes or 2 hours, depending on the traffic. But I've been up here since, and I really love it up here, and I hope that you do too. I will say that college is an interesting transition, and coming up here, I came to Humboldt State having never been here before, completely sight unseen, it was kind of a shock to me. I only owned Converse Chucks and flip-flops, and those were not adequate shoes to prepare me for the weather and the hiking terrain that is our college campus. And I didn't own a raincoat, so it was a wild transition, and it was a little rough for me at first. And I will say that, so for some folks, it's going to be hard, and it's not always easy. There's homesickness, you miss your pets, right? And so there are resources here available to help you out. I know I needed those resources when I was a freshman. I know that my freshman year, I didn't do so great grade-wise, but I managed to rally and come back because I had an excellent support system. And that support system included like friends I made, as well as RAs and staff members and my professors. And so don't be scared to ask questions. And I really think that the most important thing is if you see somebody in one of these sessions that you like connect to and you're like, oh, that person seems like a person that I'd like to ask some questions of, ask them questions, even if it's not necessarily related to their office, because they can always direct you in the right direction. So if you're like, yeah, Raven seemed cool, I think that she's the person that I want to ask questions of, you can totally ask me those questions, even if it does nothing to do with health and wellness. All right, so just to jump in, so I am talking about health and well-being resources as well as basic needs resources today. So things that are just going to help you kind of manage, the wildness that is a person having a body and having needs. I have a text number here. Normally that's mostly for like when I'm doing like in-person sessions. So you can text me if you don't feel like raising your hand. I would prefer that you put questions in the Q&A as we go. However, if you want to take this number down, it's on every slide. You can text questions after this presentation is over, like for the first, for a while, you can actually text it forever. I mean, I'm always gonna have the number. It's not my cell phone number, but we'll respond to the questions usually within about 24 hours, unless it's a weekend. And so it's not an emergency line, but it is a place like if you're like, Raven, I forgot a toothbrush, where should I get one? That's a good place to kind of just ask just easy questions. All right, so I'm going to be talking about a couple of different areas of resources. I'm going to be talking about the Student Health Center, counseling and psychological services, and then health education, which is the area that I run with the assistance of a couple other health educators, and I'm going to talk a little bit about them too. So we have a fully functioning clinic on campus that you can use as students. You don't have to be physically here to use the services of the clinic, so we do have telehealth as well. And the services we provide are all paid for through student fees. There are maybe some small fees associated with certain tests or things, kind of depending on what you need, but most of the services are covered. They don't accept any kind of health insurance, and it's not going to replace your primary care doctor. And if you have no idea what a primary care doctor is, that's like the doctor that you've seen for most things throughout your life. And if you've never been to a doctor, you can come talk to me about that too, because I was in that situation growing up. But we're open Monday through Friday. And the best way to get in to see them, and the only real way, is to call and make an appointment. So you're going to call their phone number and you can make an appointment with them. They can see people the same day. They can make appointments out a little while. And they're going to see people about things that are kind of like in the moment happening. So urgent care needs. So if you hurt yourself, or if you're bleeding, or if you fall and and sprained a wrist. They do STI and STD screenings. They do reproductive health. They can help with some immunizations, and they do conversations about immunizations or referrals to where you can get them locally if they don't do them in the clinic. They also have a pharmacy on site, as well as a lab and x-ray. So their pharmacy, they can, if they prescribe you something because you came in for something, you can pick it up right there at the pharmacy that's in the clinic, which is really nice. They will be doing most, if not all, services by appointment only right now. And so they're really requesting that people not walk right in, mostly because just of COVID restrictions, and it is a small space and just trying to be as safe as possible. And so know that it's possible that you might have like a telehealth, like a Zoom meeting before you come to the clinic. So just a primer on this. So for some people it's going to be a review, but just to let you know again. So COVID testing and vaccinations, all your immunization records need to be submitted through the campus health portal. And if you need help with that, you can reach out and we can help you with it. And then if you need to get a COVID-19 test, you can, and you're not experiencing any symptoms, you can schedule one online through this website. If you are experiencing symptoms, you need to call the health center and schedule an appointment with them instead of scheduling it online, because we need to get you on as soon as possible. And if you are still needing to get your vaccine, we will have a vaccination clinic. It's August 18th, which is this week. You should have gotten an email about it. You can call the clinic to make an appointment for that vaccination clinic. It will be Pfizer, and then the second dose will be offered on September 8th. So if you needed something health-wise and you're on campus, we have a series of health-based vending machines with very, very low cost and sometimes free items in them. They have like condoms and pregnancy tests. They have cough drops and tissues, just kind of basically like a tiny CVS or Rite Aid or, you know, a tiny pharmacy aisle that you can get on campus. It does also include Plan B, also known as emergency contraception, in these machines, and it's usually about $11. It's pretty inexpensive. They're located on campus in a couple places that are open 24 hours a day. So they're in Nelson Hall East, and if you don't know where that is, you can always ask and we can send you a map. They're on the second floor of the it's actually the third floor of the Jolly Giant Commons, as well as near the College Creek mailroom. And then we just added a new one that's in the new Student Activity Center, which is awesome, and it's just kind of opening, and it's going to have a lot of really cool student-based stuff in it. They do accept cash and cards, and it's a really great resource. We also have a counseling and psychological services on campus, also known as CAPS. Welcome to college, where literally everything, we shorten everything to acronyms. We can't say full words out loud. Everything is 3 to 2 letters. I'm so sorry. I don't know why we do this. But counseling psychological services is our therapists on campus. So they have therapists. We also have psychiatrists on campus. They're open Monday through Friday. Currently, they're operating mostly remotely, although I think there will be some in-person sessions. They do one-on-one counseling, couples counseling, group therapy. They also have drop-in groups, and then they do like mindfulness and skill shops about, like, you know, helping with mental health as kind of a prevention method instead of, you know, treating mental health. They are kind of, the idea behind CAPS is to treat kind of like as needed kind of coming up issues. If you are like somebody who's been seeing a therapist long-term and have a long-term stuff that you need to talk to somebody about, you might go to CAPS, but they might end up referring you to somebody who's outside of counseling and psychological services, because in order to keep the staff fresh and to make sure that you can see somebody fairly regularly. It's awesome. You can go there, you can call and make an appointment. That's the best way to see them. Kinds of groups they do. So they have like group therapy sessions, which you go and talk to a counselor for, and then you get placed into these sessions. So for like depression, anxiety, healthy relationships, all sorts of kind of different topics. And then they have these really amazing drop-in groups, which are groups that they host every week, and that you can just go to as it seems, kind of as it relates to your experience when you need to. And so there's like an alcohol and other drug group. There's groups for people who are first-gen college students. There's a really great meditation group. We had a really amazing group last year that was like all outside and in the forest. And it was kind of our first one that was back in person. And it was really amazing and very helpful when doing most of your classes online. So I highly, highly, highly recommend their services. And if you are like, I don't know, or even I've never talked to a therapist before, I don't know how comfortable I feel with that, you can come and talk to me or to one of our students, which I'm going to talk about our students too. And first to kind of get an impression and kind of like talk through like how you're feeling about a therapist and going to therapy. So we also have some after hours resources. So there are 2 local hospitals, the Mad River and St. Joe's. Mad River is about 5 minutes from campus, and St. Joe's is in Eureka, so it's about 15 to 20 minutes. And they both have emergency rooms and located in our general area. We also have an after hours nursing services. On all of these phone numbers, all of this information is located on our website. And you can call the nursing services if you are like, something's going on medically and it's not quite a 911 thing, but you're not sure, and the health center is closed, is kind of what that service is for. And then we also do 24-hour counseling support. So while our therapists are only take appointments like during kind of business hours, we do have counseling support 24 hours. So you can call that number at any time and talk to somebody if you need to talk to somebody. The campus advocate team is there to support people who have experienced or are dealing with issues of sexualized violence. And they're also open 24 hours a day. So I am a health educator, which means that my job is to talk to you about the resources I just talked to you about and help you navigate them. But then also my job is to kind of teach students kind of the health stuff that got missing along the way once they got to college, because we all have a various and different experiences with health information, whether it comes from our parents or from, a gym teacher or from TV and media. Like, we all experience different things about learning about health in our bodies along the way as we go. And so, that doesn't just end when you get to college. In fact, sometimes it begins when you get to college, right? So as a health education program, we are a social justice and identity-based health education program, which means that we talk about health as it relates to your identity, not like apart from it. You can't really talk about health without identifying that there are all sorts of factors that contribute to, negative health impacts that are tied to identity and discrimination, right? And then we also are a program that doesn't use fear, shame, or guilt to talk about and change kind of health outcomes. We've seen very recently that, making people scared or making people feel guilty doesn't actually have that great of an impact on whether or not they change health behavior. And so, if I'm talking to somebody, if I'm talking to a student about sexual health and I'm trying to scare them into making a change, they're very unlikely to make a change. Or if they make the change, it's going to be short term, or they weren't likely to do a risky behavior in the first place. And so really, we need to come at it from a place that is compassionate, kind, understanding, and non-judgmental. So all of our programs try to encompass that and really talk about it from that perspective. So the 3 programs we have are Check It Bystander Intervention, which I'm going to spend a little bit less time on because they have another presentation that you guys go to. The OSNAP Student Food Program and Peer Health Education, which are the 2 programs that I personally run. So OSNAP Student Food Program is our basic needs food resource on campus. So if you're struggling with how to afford food, if you run out of your meal swipes, if you are looking to expand the food that you're eating and want to learn more about local food, this is a resource for you. So we have a food pantry where students can come once a week and pick up non-perishable as well as fresh produce items from us. We have cooking classes, and the cooking classes are really great because you can come pick up a bag from us and then follow along on Zoom while we teach you how to cook a meal. And if you're like the type of person who's like, oh, Raven, I've got this. I have my own TikTok where I teach people how to cook meals. If you wanted to teach one for us, you could even teach one for us and we'll provide the ingredients to everybody. We even can sometimes provide some of the kitchen supplies if you don't have all the kitchen supplies that you need. And then we do nutrition education, and we also help people sign up for CalFresh, also known as EBT. So if you don't have a meal plan, you may qualify for CalFresh, which is a resource that can help you pay for food throughout kind of some of the time when you're a student. And so that resource is located, we're in the Recreation and Wellness Center. That's where my office is. It's where the Peer Health Education office is. And we're physically going to be on campus this semester. For the first 2 weeks, our hours are kind of limited. So we're open on Tuesdays from 10 to 2 and Fridays from 2 to 6. And if you come to those, you can get a bag. We can also get you toiletries. So we have like some shampoos and conditioners. We have toothpaste, things like that. We also will have safer sex supplies. So we'll have condoms, dental dams, lube. And then if you don't know what any of those things are, or you need to learn about them, we can teach you about them. So it's kind of a drop-in where you come just pick up stuff from us at the Recreation and Wellness Center, and we'll be right outside of the building. It'll be pretty hard to miss because we'll have the tables outside and we'll all be kind of distanced in order to keep under the COVID protocols. We'll also be helping people with CalFresh assistance as well as Medi-Cal, and I'll talk about Medi-Cal in a second. And then our cooking classes and gardening workshops will be coming up very soon. I didn't actually mention the gardening workshops. We also teach people how to grow their own food. And we'll be launching those probably around the second week or third week of classes. And the best way to get information about those is to follow us on Instagram. That's where we get most of our information out. We also have a newsletter that you can sign up for on our website, which is hsuosnap.org. So you can get all the information as it comes out. All right, so a part of OSNAP is also OSURE, which is where we talk about health insurance. Shockingly, they don't teach a class about health insurance in high school or in college. And so where everybody needs information about how to navigate the American health insurance system, because it's very complicated and not very well set up. So if you have questions about navigating your own insurance or about how to sign up for Medi-Cal or Cover California, or even what those services are, we can help you with that service. You can reach out to us and schedule a Zoom appointment, and we can help you either, or if you have Medi-Cal and you're in another county and you want to transfer your benefits to this county. And if you're like, this is too much for me, I'm going to talk to my parents about it. I can also meet with you and your parents to talk about this. And I've already presented some of this to some of your parents as well, and have been emailing them and stuff like that all day today. So know that we're here to help you kind of through that, and you're not kind of just on your own. If you're like, I've never even made my own doctor's appointment before even, you can reach out to me and I will help you make your first doctor's appointment. So a couple things to keep in mind is that we don't have a Kaiser facility locally. So if you have Kaiser insurance, either through your parents or through Medi-Cal, and you're kind of struggling with that, you can come in and talk to us. You may have to either transfer your benefits, or we may have to find a workaround solution for you to maybe get home to get some services. And the other thing to note is that sometimes our local health stuff can be kind of impacted. So it can be hard to get in to see a doctor or a dentist sometimes locally, and it can take some time. And so if you know this is something that's kind of pressing for you, I would reach out sooner rather than later, and we can get started on it right away. One of the things that we also help with is helping people sign up for Family Pact. So Family Pact is a card that in the state of California, you can use this card to pay for reproductive health services. So you can sign up through us, you can sign up through Planned Parenthood, you can go to the clinic and sign up. And really it pays for, STI and STD testing, basically anything that has to do with reproductive health. And so it's really for anybody who can get pregnant or who could get somebody else pregnant. And so no matter kind of what the situation is, but like those are the identities that they cover. And it can be added to your insurance if, for instance, you have insurance through your parents and there's some things that you need to keep separate from that insurance. This could be used to help out with that. And so if you have questions about that, let us know. We can help you out. The other program that I supervise is the Peer Health Education Program. So currently they're going to be operating mostly digitally for the beginning of the semester, although we're hoping to do some in-person stuff as we get closer to the end of the semester. But it's a group of students who educate the campus around sexual health, mental health, alcohol, and other drug use. They're a really amazing group. They do workshops, they do large-scale programming, they do giveaways. They run our Instagram, hopefully eventually our TikTok, although that's beyond my capabilities. And so we have an office located on campus, and when we're open, we usually have safer sex supplies and pads and tampons that are for free that you can come get. Since we're not physically open, all those will be available at the OSNAP distributions because the programs work in tandem together. You may see us tabling on the quad. I imagine that we're going to be doing some tabling in the next couple of weeks to talk about some of our services. One of the pieces that we do is we do talk about alcohol and other drug use. And so one of the things I got to mention, Humboldt is smoke-free campus. When we talk about alcohol and other drug use with students, we're a harm reduction-based program, which means we teach people how to do things and lower their risk, but that doesn't necessarily mean we tell people not to do things. And so we try to meet students where they're at in their kind of journey and relationship with alcohol and other drugs. We try to focus on, party culture and having open and honest dialogue about resources and what to do. And so that's a part of the Peer Health Education Program. If you are a student who, oh, that's got a typo on it. It's real bad. If you're a student who wants to change your name and your pronouns in our campus system, you may have already gotten this information, but know that I can help you out. I also am the advisor for the Eric Rofus Multicultural Career Resource Center on campus, and so, which is a great student resource. And so if you need information about how to change that, this is the website for it, and you can also reach out to me if you want some like hand holding through it. So the Peer Health Education Program, the best way to kind of get in contact with us and to follow us is on our Instagram. And then you can email us. We also have a phone number that you can call as well. One of the pieces of the PR Health Education Program are these kind of CIYs, which are health-based skill workshops that we do through the library. And you can sign up for them. And in many of your classes that you have in your first semester, you can take them for class credit. And so we do them on like sleep and sexual health and different kind of relationship stuff. And all of the information will be on our website as they get scheduled. So that's, I blasted through that information and I'm hoping that I'll have enough time for questions, but this is me, this is Joe. We share an office in the RWC. You can come see us when we're open. We're gonna be on campus for a lot of the semester. And you can also reach out to us and email us as well. So thank you so much for your time. And then I will open it up to questions.
Thank you, Raven. And you have a lot of questions. So I will gladly facilitate those for you and read through what some of these questions are. First question is, when do the drop-in groups meet?
So they haven't been scheduled yet, but they will be on the website, the CAPS website, which I did put into the chat, but I'll put it in, I'll put all the websites in again as soon as I'm done talking.
No, that's perfect. Thank you. Does Medi-Cal cover dental?
Yes. Medi-Cal does cover dental in most cases. If you're on Medi-Cal, we can figure that out. If you're not sure if you're eligible, you can reach out to me and we can figure that out as well.
Okay. And the next question, with the pharmacy on campus, can I have the healthcare providers call in prescriptions for me to pick up there? Or is it just limited to medications prescribed at the actual medical center?
It's just the ones that are prescribed by the doctors who are in the center. So if your doctor needs to call in a prescription from outside of the area, we have a couple of local pharmacies. There's Clooney's and a CVS in Arcata. It may also be better for you to have your parent pick them up and mail them to you. It kind of is situational. And so if you want to kind of dive into that, you can reach out to me and we can talk through it.
Thank you. Next question is, do I still qualify for any of the California insurances if I already have TRICARE through my parents? The only thing I need that TRICARE definitely does not cover is transgender related surgeries, which is one of the main concerns.
Yeah, so that's a really specific incident. That's a really specific case, and it may make sense to see if, getting off your parents' insurance and getting onto Medi-Cal makes sense for you. I would suggest setting up a meeting with me and we can kind of talk through that very specific situation to see what the best scenario is. It kind of depends, like on your relationship with your parents' insurance and also kind of like what your outlook is for the future and also how old you are. So I would reach out to me and we can set up an appointment and kind of talk through what your options are.
Thank you. A couple more here. The next question asks, I've attempted several times to quit tobacco usage over the last several months, but I've been unsuccessful. Is there anyone I can reach out to for help here on campus?
Absolutely. So you can make an appointment with the Student Health Center and you can work with both our medical providers, and then they will also work with our counselors so that you're doing kind of both a medical and a therapy-based approach, which is the best way. It's really hard to do on your own. And so it's awesome to reach out and get support for that. And we can totally help you with. So I would schedule an appointment with the Student Health Center.
Thank you, Raven. Next question asks, would changing our preferred names and pronouns be known to our guardians and parents at all?
So that depends on if your guardians and parents have access to your student center. So if they have your login information and they have your password and they can log into your account, they can see that. And so if that's a conversation that you need you need help navigating and you need more assistance, you can reach out to me, and we can talk one-on-one about how you might navigate that. Otherwise, if they can't log into your account, it shouldn't be something that they see. It should only be something that they see if they can log into your account.
Thank you. And the next question is, what is the best way to start seeing a psychiatrist through the health center?
Make an appointment with the student health center, with the doctors, the medical side, not the counseling side. Make an appointment with the doctors in the health center, and see if they can get you to the resources you need. The psychiatrist doesn't address all psychiatry concerns, only some, so it's going to be case by case. And so making an appointment is going to be the fastest way to find out.
Perfect. Thank you. And the last question is around, is there somewhere we can look at this presentation later? Before Raven answers, I can say that this entire day and tomorrow will be posted online for viewing. But if you don't want to watch the whole thing to get this information, Raven, is there some way they can access this information?
Absolutely. So the cool thing about this presentation is I did record a voiceover for it as well. So if you want to email me, I can email you the information, and I'll also post it on the Health Ed website probably by the end of the day tomorrow, so that you can just download it from there. But if you want it sooner than that, you can email me and I'll just email it to you directly.
Perfect. Looks like one more just popped up. If I am on medication, is there a way to get it transferred to the school's health facility instead of Rite Aid?
No. So if you are on a medication, the only way to get it is to go through a local pharmacy outside of the campus. The campus pharmacy only takes the scripts from the doctors who work in the pharmacy, work in the clinic on campus. So it has to be prescribed by an on-campus doctor in order for you to pick it up on campus.
Okay. All right. Well, Raven, you have been absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much for answering so many questions of our students. And I know we have a couple of minutes before our next session. And so we will constantly monitor the chat. There's tons of thank yous in the chat, Raven, for you and your session from the students. They are coming in like hotcakes. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. And welcome to Humboldt State. I'm so excited that you're here. And I hope that I get to see you all in person. And I hope you have an excellent orientation.
Thank you so much. Okay. So as we are in the midst of transitioning from that session to our student panel, I'm having some, my camera's leaving me there. As we are transitioning, just a few reminders, because we've gotten a few messages, excuse me. So one, yes, the Canvas course, which is part one of your orientation, is still open. You have until tomorrow to complete that. As a reminder, you can find that on the portal, on your student portal. If you click on Canvas, you will see the orientation piece for you to complete. As another reminder, the swag box form is there for you to receive a HSU packet directly to either your home or where you are on campus. And then last but not least, we are ending at 3 p.m. today, and then we return at 10 a.m. in the morning for part 2. And so it looks like we have a few students here that we need to promote to panelists so that they can be ready to present to you. So I see Abram here. We will get you promoted. Perfect. Thank you all for your patience. And then, as always, as we have our student panel, put your questions in the Q&A box, not in the chat, because in the Q&A box, we can monitor the questions better and make sure we get them answered for you and not get lost in the chat. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Molly Kressel, who is our coordinator for the Office of Student Life. And Molly can get you all situated, get you started, give you an overview, and we can get folks, some of our students at it. So Molly, take it away.
Hi, everybody. What a pleasure to, I guess, see you. I don't really see anyone, but those folks who are about to be panelists. But all the same, I'm really happy to be in your presence today, and I'm so excited to get to know you better throughout this year. So as Dr. Ford Turnbow said, my name is Molly Kressel. I'm the Student Life Coordinator. I am lucky enough to work in the Office of Student Life alongside some incredible people, a few of which are actually going to be on our panel today. But I want to tell you a little bit about the Office of Student Life while we are upgrading some of our attendees to panelists. And if you are here as a panelist today, if you could go ahead and turn on your camera so our lovely audience can see you, and we'll do introductions in just a minute. So again, my name is Molly. I work in the Office of Student Life. I also work very closely with our Student Activity Center, which, if you haven't heard about, is a newly re-envisioned and revitalized space on campus that's focus is student engagement. So in the Student Activity Center, we have pool tables, we have ping pong, basketball, air hockey, a new place called Bigfoot Burgers, which is kind of like a sports bar themed. We have all these new restaurants down in our dining area, including Obento, which is a restaurant that was recently opened by some HSU grads. All sorts of incredible things are happening on campus. And so I'm going to go ahead and drop in the chat the link to our department. And truthfully, it's to our duo department. We're like the Student Life office, but then also the Event Services office. So I'm going to go ahead and drop that in the chat, and I want to encourage you to check it out. And if you are on campus, make sure to head over to the Student Activity Center sometime this week to see everything that we have in store. We also have a gaming lounge now with somehow I think we managed to get PS5s, but we also have Wii's in there and all sorts of cool things, a movie theater lounge. So we're just really, really excited about all of this. Oops, I accidentally sent that to just the panelists. So let me send it out to everybody in attendance. So if anybody is interested in a ping pong tournament, let me know, because I think I will destroy you all. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and have our wonderful panelists who are here today to introduce themselves. If you are here as a panelist, but we haven't promoted you yet, go ahead and drop a message to our panel, to all panelists, and then Dr. Ford Turnbow can go ahead and bump you up to panelists. So I'm going to do popcorn. Corey, I'll have you start. And why don't we go ahead and dive in with introducing who we are, what's our major, and where is home for us. So again, I'm Molly Kressel. I graduated a while ago, so I don't currently have a major, but I'll just say student life is my major. And home for me is now Humboldt County, but I grew up and was raised in Wisconsin. So Milwaukee, Wisconsin, our biggest city, which is a pretty cool area, but not nearly as nice as out here in Humboldt. So I'm going to go ahead and popcorn over to Corey, and then Corey, I'll have you popcorn to the next person with their video on.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much for having me. I'm super excited to be here. Welcome to all the freshmen. I'm getting excited for you all. My name's Corey. I'm an environmental studies major and also a scientific diving minor, and I'm from the Bay Area. I'll popcorn it to my man, Abran. Good to see you, bro.
Hey, Corey. Hey, everyone. Good to see you too. Good to see you too. Yeah, I think I share that mutual feeling of excitement just for incoming class and for myself, honestly, just, getting back into this environment of, dialogue and academia. But without further ado, good afternoon. Buenas tardes, everyone. My name is Abran Neri. Pronouns he, him, él. I am majoring in critical race, gender, and sexuality studies, which is also known as CRGS. I'm also humbled to be striving for a minor in Native American studies. And for me, home is where I feel the safest. covered and shielded by my family's unconditional love. Now go ahead and popcorn it over to, I'm sorry I pronounced this wrong, but Carly Johnson.
Yeah, you pronounced that right. Hi, everyone. I'm glad to be here. My name is Carly Johnson. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I am majoring in environmental resources engineering, which is also known as ERE. And I am from the Bay Area. And I will popcorn to Margaret.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me here. My name's Meg Mastredi. I go by she, her, hers pronouns. I'm a social work major and I'm minor in ethnic studies, and I'm from Sacramento. And then I'll popcorn it to Zine. I hope I said that right.
Yeah, you did. I'm Zine. I am an environmental studies major with an emphasis in community organizing and a minor in Chinese. And since coming to Humboldt last August, that's what I would consider to be my home. But I grew up in Arizona and Southern California, San Diego County. And I will popcorn to Jose.
Hola, buenas tardes. Good evening, everybody. I hope you're doing well. My name's Jose Juan Rodriguez Gutierrez Hernandez. My pronouns are he, his, him, él, or you can call me Suave for short. And I'm studying wildlife biology and communications. I want to talk to animals in Espanol, you know, trying to be Latinx Steve Irwin. And home for me is, Abraham, you mentioned it really well. You know, wherever my family is, where the heart is, that's where home is. I was born in Mexico, but I went to high school in Long Beach, California. So I'm coming up here from SoCal, and I love Humboldt. Humboldt's home too. So, all right, let's see. Y'all got to excuse us squinting here. We're trying to find out the next person.
I think we hit everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we hit everybody. I am so lucky to be surrounded by all this brilliance here. I recognize several of these faces who I've worked with regularly. Big Suave actually headlined a show for us via social media last year, and we'll definitely look at bringing you back this year as well. So I would love for each of you to talk a little bit about what brought you to HSU and what kind of things have you gotten involved with since attending HSU. I'll go ahead and drop that in the chat just in case you forget and you have a short memory like mine. So what brought you to HSU and what have you been involved with since attending HSU? How about we have, let's go backwards this time. Big Suave, you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. I got it. So what brought me to HSU? So I don't know how many of you are from a big city type of town, but you know, in SoCal, there's more buildings and trees. And since I was young, I kind of just watched a lot of documentaries and I was like, damn, like Humboldt is in California, like what? So I made my way up here to study wildlife biology. There's not a lot of schools in California or the US in general that have that major. So I'm here for the wildlife studies. I'm here for the nature, and I'm here because it's like Hogwarts and Narnia had a baby. So that's always really cool. And what have I been involved in since attending HSU? Before I say anything, I'm just say school is what you make it. And that's the same thing with life. So since I came here, you know, when I was younger, I had this like idea. I was like, oh, I want to help save the world. You know, it's kind of screwed up. So let's do something about it. And I'm so happy that there's a lot of organizations in HSU around the county as well that just have the ability for you to participate in making an actual change. So I've been part of Ciencia para Todos, which means science for all. And we're currently actually creating a Spanish environmental book to be distributed to children in Latinx America and local Hispanic families as well. We mostly translate a lot of scientific information into Spanish. We've worked with NASA, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and we've also worked with some of the local agencies as well. So if you want to get involved, let me know. Apart from that, me and another fellow student created Bigfoot News, which is a way for us to connect during the pandemic. I know it seems like we should be isolated, but it's a time for us to come together now more than ever. We talk about the issues that no one else wants to talk about, because if not us, then who, right? You're in university now. So I hope you're ready to have these tough discussions. And also, I'm part of Diverse Male Scholars. They took me in last semester and I appreciate them. Abraham, thank you. And I think I'll pass it over to you on that note.
Sweet. Thank you, Jose. Yeah, to be short and sweet with what brought me here to HSU, honestly, it was the best out of the 3 campuses. It was the best out of the 3 Cal States I got accepted to back in like 2017, and it was the furthest away from my home. You know, so for me, it was just trying to start a new chapter in my life that was completely new as an environment, completely new as in people I surrounded myself with, and completely new and just the opportunity I was gonna give myself and be willing to be vulnerable and, you know, try new things. And honestly, the trees, I mean, what Jose said about, like, you know, Narnia and Hufflepuff, like it's unlike any other campus I've ever been to. And I really hardly second that, like coming from South Central, coming from LA, like it's a concrete jungle, you know, in other words. So just having those trees, that air, the river, the water, it's just life-changing, honestly, just from someone that, you know, has been there 4 years and counting. It's definitely life-changing. But moving on to like what I've been involved in, past, I would say that my involvement on campus started at the Yes House, which is like a volunteering organization center for students. And it was a really great opportunity I had to meet similar hearted students. So pretty much just being within that environment, I was able to open myself to new things. And the people, my colleagues and I, we were kind of experiencing the same journey at the same time. So it made it all more like heartwarming. So after I did that, I also got involved with Scene Shop, which you could do through like, it's like a theater course, like 104, 103, something like that, like a very early level like acting course. And I got like pretty much hooked up with, like, you know, the professors there, and I was able to work on some of the plays, some of the Scene Shop plays that we had about like 2 years ago, you know, like pre-pandemic. So that was awesome, you know, just because I have like a construction background. That's like a family trait. So being able to take my family trait and then implement that there at HSU, it was just, you know, a full spectrum of just positive energy. And then after that, I think I went MIA for like a year, just enjoyed life and enjoyed campus. So I didn't really get too much involved. But just recently, after that, I got the opportunity to be a TA for one of my amazing professors. Her name is Nancy Perez. She's also within the CRGS department. If you have a chance to take any of her classes, please do so. So now back to the present. I sit in front of you as a proud, humbled fellow, AKA student staff for the Diverse Male Scholar Initiative. And this initiative is aimed to help increase the retention rate for self-identified men of color here in the Cal State system, specifically here at HSU. And what that entails is just pretty much, you know, increasing the retention rate. So, you know, each year, self-identified men of color lack in returning to these higher educational spaces. And one of the main focuses for DMSI is how can we eliminate that? How can we, not eliminate the retention rate, but increase it and eliminate the factor that causes, you know, students to not return. So yeah, in a quick spiel, that's pretty much my involvement here at HSU. And I'm not sure who was before me. So
you can just popcorn to anyone.
Okay, cool. Popcorn it to Corey.
Okay, sweet. What brought me to HSU initially? I think I'm gonna have to go with the same vein there, and it was the nature. I had like some exposure to getting outside and getting outdoors when I was in the Bay Area, but it's nothing like up in Humboldt. And so since I came up here, I was really like determined to get more into sustainable farming, traditional ecological knowledge. And I've been able to do that a lot through the Native American Studies department and through interacting with nature up here. So that was why I came up here, and I'm super thankful I did. and then a kind of what I've done here at HSU and like the kind of things I've joined. When I first got here, I was like way too cool to do anything. I didn't want to join any groups. I just wanted to like go to class and be left alone. And then after like a semester, I was like, I feel so isolated and so alone. Like I need someone to talk to. I need some people with shared experiences. And so that's when I first found the African American Center for Academic Excellence. And that was a really dope place. That's ran by Doug Smith. He's a really cool guy and they have a great program going there. And that was like kind of my first thing I joined. And through that, I got into DMSI. You get some super sick gear. I don't know if that's showing through, but they give you some awesome gear. You get some cool stickers and it's a really nice support group. And then now presently I work for Project Rebound, which is an organization on campus for formerly and currently incarcerated students. We're partnered really closely with Pelican Bay and Pelican Bay Scholars at Redwood Community College. And currently I'm the correspondence specialist. So I'm working with 135 people who are currently incarcerated up in Pelican Bay and throughout the state. And we're getting a lot of people home. So there's some really cool groups like that. And we have a group called FISC. So if you're not formally incarcerated, you can join that also and help advocate for these people. But yeah, Humboldt is a nice place where there's a lot of people making some change. So I'll keep it short and I'll pass it over to Meg.
Yeah, much like the other panelists, I came to HSU for very similar reasons. I thought it was beautiful. I loved the fact that you could be right next to the ocean, but also like in the forest at the same time. It was just an amazing experience. And then I also lived like the small town feeling too, which sometimes can get a little tiring. Like, you just want that city life, but it's also like nice being away from a city life and like being in a community where like, people and like there's community events and things like that, like the farmer's market. And so yeah, I've just always really loved that environment. And also like being far from home is always nice too. So yeah, that's why I chose HSU. And then some of the things that I've been involved with at HSU, I joined Youth Educational Services too, as well, my freshman year, the Yes House, and I've been involved ever since. So this is my 4th year with Youth Educational Services. And much like Abron said too, we work with youth, we work with teens, we work with elders. There's many different volunteer opportunities, and it definitely gave me that sense of community, sense of belonging. When I joined it, I started off as a volunteer and then I moved up to a director where you help other volunteers throughout their volunteer experience. And now I'm a program consultant and I help directors throughout their process with helping volunteers. So I plan workshops and things like that. And I'm a paid staff now. And so like the fact that I had room to grow and be a part of something for so long has been an amazing experience for me. I've also been involved with Check It since my freshman year, kind of on and off. They're a really great program, very organized, and have a really great meaning. They advocate for domestic violence and sexual assault. And I've also been in the school choir, and that was a cool experience as well because you get to interact with community members. It's like a class open to community members as well as students. And so getting to meet people from your community is always amazing. And then I also did intramural sports at HSU, and that was like a fun way to do like a low commitment thing, but also like be active, meet new people, play a sport that you like once loved. I did soccer, and that was like something I didn't want to do in college, but it was nice that I could still have the opportunity to still play in college and meet new people. So yeah, it's some of the stuff I've done at HSU. And then I'll popcorn it to Carly.
Okay, so hello everyone. I'm also the same as everyone else as to what brought me to HSU. I couldn't really find a major in California that had both environmental science and engineering. So I'm really glad that HSU did. And when I finally visited for one of the fall previews a while back, I really fell in love with the area and just the fact that the ocean is here, the forests, the mountains. There's just so much to do and so much to see. So I really recommend going out and seeing all you can while you're here at HSU. And also, what I first got involved in at HSU was the SWE Club, which is the Society of Women Engineers. And they basically create a community for women in STEM, and they hold outreach events for K through 12 students in the area to help them become involved in STEM. There's also a lot of other great clubs on campus that I recommend joining. And the Erie department also has a lot of other great clubs. I'm also a part of the HIFE committee, which stands for the Humboldt Energy Independence Fund. And basically they allocate funds from part of our tuition. And at the end of every spring semester, students can submit ideas of like projects that they want to be implemented on campus that are related to sustainability. And some of the projects that have been implemented in some of the buildings are the water bottle refilling stations. There's a newer fisheries pump being installed, and also hand dryers in the buildings. So I recommend if you want to get involved with that, send in your ideas. And I also, I currently work at the Schatz Energy Research Center as a student research assistant. I recommend checking that out. I also work at Green Campus. They're currently looking for new people. There's 2 listings open, one for team lead and one for outreach coordinator. And basically they work with faculty and students on campus to help make campus more sustainable. So if you're interested in sustainability, I really recommend to check that out. And I also recommend to get involved as much as you can with all the stuff that all the panelists have talked about so far. And I'll popcorn to Zine.
Hi, I came to HSU for this reason, which is just that it was earthy and small towns are like kind of my vibe, just because all of the hustle and bustle of like where I live and where I am for the summer is like not amazing. I like when it's quiet and when it's small. I took 2 trips up to HSU. One was just because for fun, I was touring colleges, and that was amazing. And the second was a sponsored trip for my community college where they had STEM students come up and tour the college for free. It was like a 22-hour bus ride. It was like a lot, and it was only like a 1-day trip. So that was horrendous and amazing at the same time. And just coming up twice, I was like, wow, this is like the best school ever. I want to go here. And that was my goal for like a whole year, was to just get into HSU. I like crammed because I transferred. I crammed like almost 30 or 40 credits into 1 year, which was a lot. And what I've been doing since I've got here, I made a promise to myself, which was just like, I want to get involved when I get to university. So I saw associated students and I really wanted to get involved with that. But because I was a first semester student, I like couldn't apply for it yet. So I joined Associated Students Committee Earth Week every week. And that was amazing. I've worked with Katie Koslek and Josephina Barantes, which was the previous Associate Student Sustainability Officer. And they're amazing. And I did that for 2 semesters. And I was also on RHA last year. And I was co-president of Southside Council for College Creek. So anyone moving into there, I was the previous co-president for you. And I was also involved in dining committee, which was new to last semester. And I was involved in the ethnobotanical mapping project on campus, which is amazing. We just go around mapping all of the edible plants on campus and collecting all the data for that. And we're going to create a map sometime soon to like let all of the students know where they can get like plants on campus. And now I am the current environmental sustainability officer for Associated Students Board, which I'm so excited about. And I will also be continuing work on the ethnobotanical mapping project. And those are all of my things.
Oh my gosh, you all are so busy. I don't know how you do it all. Which I will have a question for that in a minute. But there's been quite a few questions about different clubs and how to find out about clubs on campus. So along with everybody chatting, as they were talking about things, I would drop the links to the different activities that they were involved in. And so now I'm going to drop a link for you all. It's called Presence. I'm going to do a quick screen share just to show you what it looks like. So Presence is our student organization management system please disregard the excessive amount of tabs I have on the top. I do not know proper tab management, so we'll just go with it. But this is our presence. This is where our students can find out all the organizations that we have on campus. So all you have to do is go up here to the top, click on organizations, and all the student groups that are currently active or in the process of becoming active will be on this list. Sometimes it takes a minute or so to load, but you can find all sorts of things. We're also going to eventually have departments on here as well. So you can find out what departments have student activities going on and all of that. So if there's one that you're interested in, so I heard someone say that they were interested in potentially being on a soccer team. I actually don't know if we have an intramural soccer team, but we do have, oh, what's the name of it? Meg, you were just saying it. Oh no, we have an intramural soccer team. We don't have a rec sports soccer team. So we'll just use the Scholars of Academic Research as an example. So you can click on their organization. You can find out more about their student group, including what their email is. So if you want to get involved with them, you send an email to them. You can visit their website if they have one, a quick description of what they're about. And if they have a meeting and a meeting time that is consistent, you can find it here on the main page too. Otherwise, I would encourage you to just get in contact with them and find out when their meetings are. Oftentimes their meetings are going to be changing based on the schedules of those involved. Now, if you click over to events, you can see all the upcoming events that our student organizations put on. Right now, our student groups are in the process of activating, so we won't be able to see all the events that they have going. Now, if you want to join a student group, you're going to have to log in. You'll click up here in the upper right-hand corner, you see the face, and then there'll be an option to log in. Now, I'm already logged in, so you'll see log out if you're already logged in. But this is a really great place to find out more about all the organizations that we have on campus. I encourage you to check it out, and I'll drop the website in the chat again. So now we have some questions. So in the chat itself, so when will online club meetings be? Dependent on the organization, they're going to change. I recommend reaching out to the student group directly. When do intramural sports start, and if we are allowed to participate? So I don't know if any of you work in the intramurals office, but I think they're moving ahead with intramurals. I know for sure rec sports are allowed to start practicing and competing this semester. If you want to find out more, you can go to the rec sports page, which is recsports.humboldt.edu. I will drop that in the chat as well. Let's see what other questions. If there are any clubs that we don't have on campus, so for example, I don't know if we have a color guard. We did in the past. Come talk to our office. The Office of Student Life is located in the Student Activity Center. We are that building with the giant sign on the clock tower. You can also email us at clubs@humboldt.edu for any club questions, or if you just have general questions about getting involved on campus, you can email us at osl.humboldt.edu, and we're happy to help with that. So I'm going to ask this question out to our folks. Not everybody has to answer, but if any of you have a really strong thought on this, we don't have a minimum number or a maximum number of units required to participate in student organizations. But can one or two of you talk about what you would recommend as a first-year student? How do you balance academics with involvement on campus and not like get bombarded by all of it? I'm seeing a lot of nodding heads, which means that you all know what I'm talking about. Jose, go for it.
Yeah, so I think that's a tricky one because it really is up to each individual. I will say do not take 20 units. Don't ever do it. I know my freshman roommate took 22 units their freshman year, and unfortunately that was way too much and they dropped out, you know, because you literally get overburned, and college doesn't have to be like that. At the same time, just, you know, try to push yourself. you know, you might be like, oh, I took 7 classes in high school, so I'll take the same amount. That was kind of my thought process. But a college course is a lot more difficult. It requires your engagement to a completely different level. And I myself, like, I started with 15 units, and I think the most I've ever taken was 18. And with everything you're involved in, like, just make sure you don't spread yourself thin. So that's really something that, you know, nobody can give you a magic number. I don't think so. But just know that you got to kind of know yourself, and that's what college is about. Just getting to know how you learn, how much you can divide of your own attention. And at the same time, don't forget, you're here for school. You're here for school. Like, you trying to get this degree, you trying to get this education. So that's priority number one. And if you choose clubs that kind of align with your like studies, then it's going to make it even easier, because you're going to take what you're learning in class to these clubs and organizations. So yeah, that's kind of my 2 cents on that. Any of y'all want to tap in?
That was great. I feel like you hit every nail on the head, but Corey, go for it.
Yeah, I'll just jump in real quick and say joining the right groups will make school easier for sure. And almost that you can do more than you expect that you can do, in the sense of that, like, the clubs and the people that you meet through networking on campus is really going to be where a lot of the meat of your education comes from, or the substance of your education comes from, rather. The classes are cool. You'll learn some stuff, you'll retain some information, but I think the connections and people you get to meet on campus is really where the fruit of the education comes from. So join groups, don't be afraid to do that. And if you're over capacity, say I'm over capacity, I got to step down. Everybody will respect that. So just go for it.
Yeah, I definitely think getting involved impacts your student experience and makes you feel more connected. And Corey, I loved what you said, and that it helps you do better too. So we only have about 10 minutes left. And I want to ask a question to our panelists across the board. But before I get to that, I do have one follow-up question for Meg. Meg, you talked a little bit about YES, and we had a question involved in that. Can you tell us about what different types of programs Youth Educational Services Volunteer Program has available?
Yeah, totally. It's gonna be hard for me to like list them all off the top of my head, but yeah, as of right now, we're trying to do a hybrid, but we've been continuing our volunteering, even if it was virtual. We have a program called ART. They do art, recreational, and theater activities with youth at Arcata Elementary. And so they just go and like do activities, play games, do art. We have an environmental education program. They go and hang out with kids as well. And then they give them like little. We also have LEAP, which is another program that does outdoor adventure activities. And then program that I directed and was a part of here at a, can you all hear me too? Sorry, it says my internet cut out.
It's going in and out, but I hear you now. Your face is just frozen. And now we can't hear you. So I'll kind of wrap up. We have all sorts of programs with Youth Educational Services. Now, all of them are semester-long commitment. Now, so we do have some one-time or low commitment volunteer opportunities, and we'll be having one coming up this month with our Padawat Gardens. So if you're interested in participating in our volunteer opportunity program, which is a one-off volunteer opportunity, you can get more info at that link there. We also have drop-in volunteering, which for now is on-campus 1-hour projects of knitting. So we're knitting hats. And then we'll have a homecoming volunteer project, and our biggest volunteer activity of the year is probably our Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service, which is going to be on Martin Luther King's birthday, which is January 18th. And so it's a really wonderful day. So make sure to come out for that. So just due to the amount of time we have available, I would like to wrap up with all of our speakers or all of our panelists sharing 1 or 2 tips you would recommend to a new student at HSU. So what's 1 or 2 things that you wish you knew going in as a new student to HSU that would make your experience with getting involved on campus better? Could we start this time with Zine? Sorry to put you on the spot.
No worries. Yeah, I guess the biggest tip I have is just like do what you're passionate about. Don't do something where you're like, oh, like maybe I could possibly get into that. Do something that you already know that you love or that you were already previously interested in, just to start off, you know, like you can get into anything you want. But if you start with something that you like and you start getting involved with stuff that you already know and are interested in, then it becomes a lot easier to join other things as well. So just keep that in mind when you're looking at things. Just if you have a passion for it, join it, like get involved, and then if you want to try something else then you can do that, but it's good to already know like how groups work and everything before you branch out into a bunch of different directions. Do I popcorn? I'll popcorn to Abron.
Thank you, Zane. Gracias. Yeah, my tip is like a two-part little a helpful mindset. You know, as simplified and as straightforward as this is going to sound, I highly encourage, highly advocate to please take advantage of what you're paying for here at HSU. What I mean by paying for is all that money we are paying for tuition. There shouldn't be a reason why you feel shy, or I mean, I take that back because everybody has, you know, everybody's going through what they're going through. But I would like to say, you know, you're paying your way, you're paying to be here, you're literally paying for these services. Services that include clubs, library, gym, the field, office hours for you know, your professors. There's a thing called a writing studio, tutoring, you know, all those things come free, or not free because we're paying for them, but all those things are provided for you here at HSU. And that's something like I myself have already taught. If I were to give a tip to my younger self, I would have been like, yo, you know, go to these places, take advantage of the gym, take advantage of the rock wall, if that's still open this semester. But, you know, just really take advantage of what's on your plate. And lastly, I would say, don't be afraid or discouraged to create a space/community you see is lacking here at HSU or anywhere else, really. Be that filler to that void. What I mean by that is, as a self-identified man of color coming to HSU, my first couple of years there, I kind of felt out of place. You know, I didn't know where my community was. I didn't know where El Centro was. You know, I didn't know where the people that looked like me and sounded like me hung out. So, you know, I didn't necessarily go and create my own space, but I found spaces that were already there, like El Centro, a wonderful place. And also, you know, they work alongside with the African-American cultural for academic excellence, like Corey was saying. Douglas is an amazing person as well. And, you know, just spaces like that really kind of made Humboldt home for me. So yeah, my tip is just that, you know, like don't be afraid to fill in that void or create that space that you feel is lacking, because I think that's what HSU, not only HSU, but that's what higher ed and the college system is all about, you know, trying to find yourself, trying to find, you know, where you fit in with your culture, with your heritage, with your community. And if that's missing, I think HSU is a wonderful place to kind of create that for yourself. But yeah, all in all, those are like my quick little 2 tips. And I'll go ahead and pass it back over to Meg.
Thank you. Yeah, I have very similar thoughts on that too. Like a tip that I would tell my freshman year self is don't be afraid to ask for help. You would be surprised at how understanding like faculty and staff is here. Talking to any of your professors, like letting them know what is going on in your life can really help you out in your classes. And don't be afraid to use their office hours. I know that it can be like kind of intimidating at first, like, no, I don't want my professor to know I need help, but that's exactly what their office hours are there for. They want you to come and ask for help. And then also like form study groups, make friends in your class. Like, don't be afraid to ask other people for help too. Like, I would say forming study groups helped me a lot through like virtual learning. And like, yeah, it was just like, that was also another way to like build community too. Like, meet people in your classes and things like that. And yeah, like Yvonne said too, like going to the writing studio and the learning center and testing center, like using those resources is so important.
No, we lost Meg again. Okay, and Zine had to head out early, but Meg, I think you wrapped up and we missed the last part of what you were saying. So I think just for the sake of you're frozen, let's go ahead and move on. So who has gone so far? Abram, Meg, you've both gone. I know Zine went. Jose, Carly, and Corey. Have you all not gone yet? Okay, so let's popcorn it to Corey.
Okay, cool. So I'm just gonna, I feel like everybody said some super good stuff. I'll change pace a little bit and just talk about what I found success from working at home. Because I think a lot of us are gonna be on Zoom still, if I'm not mistaken. I know there's some in-person classes, but making your workspace comfortable, putting some art, putting some pictures of your loved ones at your desk, and then or really like good organization. I got myself these like little planners. I don't know if my filter will let you see them, but I can kind of schedule out my days and my weeks, and I have sticky notes and all different things like that. And so time management has been something I've had to work on quite a bit in this time. And so I think kind of getting a good schedule, a good morning flow, and kind of getting a routine will help you really be successful. That's my little tidbit. Carly?
I would say the same thing as everyone else. I think it's very important to ask for help and don't be afraid to make mistakes because it's inevitable. Everyone makes mistakes. But it's very important to ask for help from your teachers, from students. Make as many connections with professors and faculty as you can because it's a small campus. Everyone's very friendly and you can make a lot of great connections that way. Looks like we're running out of time, so I'll popcorn to Jose.
All right, I won't talk really fast. No, I'm kidding. Thank you so much to all the panelists. I appreciate y'all. I know I'd be looking you eye to eye if we was next to each other. Thank you for sharing that. I didn't meet any of you until today, but that's one of the beauties of college. You get to meet so many wonderful people. Molly, thank you for setting this up. Thank you to the students for being so interactive. Y'all are a dope freshman class. I wish y'all the best. And I'd give my freshman self a list of advice, but they only let me give myself one. So I say life is what you make it. Life is what you make it. And that applies to school, that applies outside of school in the pandemic or pre-pandemic. So, you know, that literally combines what everybody's been saying. Don't give up on yourself. Make sure that you have time management, care for yourself. Life is what you make it. And anytime it gets hard, just remember to breathe. All right. Just, all right. I wish y'all the best in college and don't be shy. All right. We'll stay in touch.
I'm always so blown away by the brilliance here. So again, thank you. I will redrop all of the links that I have been dropping throughout earlier into the chat right now, and then I'll go ahead and hand it back to Dr. Ford Turnbow.
Thank you, students, and to Molly for joining us for our student panel. Really, really, really appreciate it. You all are amazing. So as we I muted myself on accident. So I just dropped in the chat the link you need to click to get to your orientation leader session. Go ahead and click that link. And once you click that link, you will be directed to find your last name. So when you leave, you should be clicking on the link that I just sent. We still have an hour and a half left of the day. I just dropped the link in the chat again. That way you can have it most available. Click the link I just sent you, find your last name, and then you should be joining your orientation and leader session now. So go join your OLs. We're a couple minutes behind, and then we'll see you back here at 2:15. So go ahead and join the link for your orientation students. Thank you so much for being here. To our current students, we appreciate you. You are free to go.
Bye, Dr. Ebony.
I just put the link in the chat again. If you click that link, you will find who your orientation leader is, as well as the link to join the session. So I see people are leaving to go to their orientation leader sessions. Perfect. Again, everyone should be heading out to meet the orientation leader. I will drop that link one more time for you, again, just to click, find your last name, and then that is the session you should be joining with your OLs at this time. You will have to exit this session to find, to join that session. Isaac, what is your last name? Okay, and Isaac, what's your major? Or are, including if you are undeclared? Biology, so you are in, I'm going to copy this link for you. For future reference, you are group 22. Isaac, this link is specifically for you for biology. That is group 22. You're very welcome. All right, there's about 25 or so remaining of you. Again, you should not be in this session. You should be with your orientation leaders at this time in your OL session. If you have issues and need assistance getting there, please let us know.
Hey, Dominic, I just posted the spreadsheet again in the chat. So click on that, find your name, and the Zoom link will be right next to your name. Hey, Sarah, let's see. Sarah, I'm putting in the spreadsheet again. You can find your name and click on that Zoom link.
See a few of you have joined in. We have about 7 minutes before our next session begins. We have students still finishing up with their orientation leaders. So stick around and we will start in about 6 minutes with the next session. We're coming up on a couple minutes before we start. I see students are now trickling back in because their orientation leader sessions are ending. So you got about 2 minutes before we get started with our tour. So we'll give it a couple minutes, then we will hopefully by then have majority of our students back. Okay, I see students still coming in. It is 2:15 and I want to maximize our time. So with that, I really hope you have enjoyed day one. Before we wrap up here with our last session, just a quick reminder so that way when we end, we can send you off at 3 o'clock, but we will see you back here on this link at 10 a.m. in the morning for day 2 of orientation. And so right now I want to introduce our Director of Admissions. Many of you may know or have at least seen Peter, as you are obviously admitted students. And Peter is going to facilitate our tour with Lupita, who is a current student working with Peter in admissions. So I am going to turn it over to you, and we should be good to go. So Peter, it's all yours.
Thank you, Dr. Trimbo. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Lumberjack Country, right here where you're at. And if you're joining us remotely, we're excited to have you all here today. So I'll be your mediator today, and so I'll be watching the Q&A. So as Lupita actually tours you around virtually around our campus, showing you what she knows and really gets you all excited about what you're going to be exploring while you're here. And if you're remote, where you're going to be looking to in the near future. Check out the Q&A section that's down at the bottom. If you haven't used it, put your questions in there, and I will do my best to consolidate all of these and introduce these questions to Lupita so she can give you an answer directly. So if there's anything else that you need from us when it comes down to our tour, Q&A, your tool of choice. So without further ado, let me introduce Lupita.
Hello. Thank you very much, Peter. I am very excited to show you all a little bit about campus. I have my video off just because Wi-Fi is already being problematic and some of the tour wasn't loading, but it is now. So we're trying our hardest, we're doing our best, and I hope y'all have had a pretty good orientation day so far. I was a student, I graduated in May, but I still know a lot about the campus, and I've given tours for almost 4 years. So like Peter said, if y'all have any questions, throw them in the Q&A, and then we'll do our best to answer them. But today, more so than like a general normal campus tour, I really want to tell you about what your campus experience could be like and the different opportunities that you'll have. So even though everything's virtual, HSU has done a pretty good job of kind of facilitating this virtual experience for students. And I think some of that y'all will be able to see. But without further ado, I'm going to share my screen. If y'all get dizzy, let Peter know, but I'm going to try my hardest not to zoom through campus. That being said, I want to go ahead and start off with this building right here. So a lot of y'all who have been to campus probably have seen it. It is right across the way from the marketplace. It's also the address. So when you type in HSU to Google, this is where it brings you. And it's a pretty good place to bring you because it's where your life as an HSU student begins and ends. So it begins with us. The Office of Admissions is in this building. Hopefully y'all got your transcripts and all that good stuff squared away. I mean, y'all signed up for classes, so you definitely had to have. But the Office of the Registrar is also in this building. And these folks will help you out with pretty much any class-related questions you might have. Some of y'all might be undeclared. Whenever you're ready to declare your major, if you want to declare a minor, if you want to switch majors, switch your minor, stuff
like that, stuff related to your life as a student, as an academic, that is Office of the Registrar. They're also the people who give you your degree. So that's kind of why I said your life as an HSU student begins and ends in this building, because Office of the Registrar will get you your degree. And so we also in the Student Business Services Center have our University Police Department. Now they have a couple different help available, but I don't know if y'all can see right here, there is a blue light, and similarly across campus, you'll find blue lights. There's one right across the marketplace, several more located around campus, and these are emergency response points. So if you are ever feeling unsafe around campus, or, bad days are going to happen, you're going to lock your keys in your car. If you need any help whatsoever, you can call on these emergency phones, or you can call University Police. Their extension is on their website. I believe it's 555 45s. So if you're ever feeling unsafe, if you lock your keys in your car, if you get a flat tire, if you need to be escorted, like let's say you feel unsafe and you need to be from one building to the next, UPD also does do that. So there's just some options. Check your emails because there's a little bit more information about student safety. There's also an app that you can download. So be sure to check your emails. A lot of communication does come through that. But yeah, that's pretty much what you can find here on this first floor. On the second floor of this building is the cashier's office and financial aid. So we're still pretty early on in the semester. It's where some of y'all haven't gotten your financial aid. Maybe it's around that time where you're starting to get a little bit of financial aid. If you have any questions, financial aid office is open and you can come in person. They're also hosting virtual sessions. So if you need to talk to them, they are in here. Cashier's office is also in here. So they're the people you pay your tuition to. They're also the people who get you your paycheck. If y'all are looking to get a job on campus, I would recommend doing so. You are always a student first and an employee second. So if you're looking for something part-time or something like that, Handshake and the Academic and Career Advising Center, which hopefully we'll talk about later on in the tour, can help you out. But that being said, cashier's office is also up there, financial aid, and our extended education, which kind of deals with our studying abroad program. So if you want to study abroad, this is the OLLI office is an office that you want to get acquainted with early on. Even as freshmen, you won't be able to study abroad as a freshman, but get acquainted with these folks early on because it is a long process. So you're going to want to make sure that you are talking to them. So that being said, hopefully, Peter, I don't know, are there any questions about this building?
Right now, there's not, but what we're getting to is a lot of the rec center. So I know when we get to that rec
Yes,
center, there'll
okay.
be some areas. But
Okay.
it looks like there would be one. When does the Office of the Registrar close?
Yeah, so I believe Office of the Registrar has normal working hours 9 to 5. They are available virtually. So if you Google HSU Office of the Registrar, you might be able to make an appointment through their Calendly. So they are for sure available virtually, but they, I'm not sure that they're taking folks in person right now. But their websites are a great place to find hours. Just a quick Google search away, HSU, and then whatever office you're looking for, and that'll get you.
And the registrar is open right now, 8 to 5. And so they have their windows and doors open. And so if you ever did need to go into the office, they are available as well.
Perfect. Yeah. But yeah, so if that is the only question for that building, and y'all are more than welcome to, if you think of anything else later on, to go ahead and put it in there. Real quick, I know y'all want to get to the fun student-y stuff. So the marketplace over here, this is where the upper division folks are. And I think today is freshman orientation. So none of y'all live over here, but you are all more than welcome to use the marketplace. So your meal plan points can be used at every single dining facility on campus, including this one, even though it's not by your residence halls. So this one has more convenience style things. They have toiletries, they have prepackaged goods. Sometimes they have produce. They have like a fruit bar, a sandwich bar. So when y'all are on this side of campus in Harry Griffiths, SBS, which we will talk about right now, this is a great eating place to visit. They have seating areas and stuff like that. But that being said, child development majors are folks in the School of Education. Y'all got Harry Griffith Hall over here. Sorry. This 360 tour is something else, y'all. But thanks for bearing with me. This is Harry Griffith Hall. It is where our School of Education is. So and if any of you are looking to get credentialed as an elementary, middle school, or high school teacher, talk to these folks. A lot of you will have general education classes over on this side. But I want to breeze through these. Like I said, if y'all have any specific questions, ask Peter, but I know y'all want to get to the fun stuff. So
Lupita, there's a question about hotspots and where they might get technical support from for students that are currently at HSU and they need some tech support, whether they need a Wi-Fi hotspot
yes,
or help with their tech.
Yeah, that's a good question. So that is all available through the HSU library. So the Humboldt State Library has hotspots, laptops, they have routers available for you. If you wanted to check one out, you can do so through the library's website. You should be prompted on like the checking out equipments and services and stuff like that. But that is all through the library. And they have some really, really cool resources. So hopefully we'll get to them soon. But I hope I answered that question, Peter.
Yeah, and we're also going to be adding in, there's also things that we're working with our IT support to create different spots where you'll be able to get the tech support. If you need some support, you put an IT ticket in and basically go to our website and they will support you. They will help you figure out where to go pick that up on campus, or if they needed to ship it out anywhere in the state, depending on where you are at, they'll ship you out the technology you might need. So definitely go through your IT support at our IT help desk and we can help you through that. And you'll get access to a lot of the resources you need if we have that available. And so they'll work through all those channels with you. And then when it comes down, there was a question about where you take your student ID. And during COVID, there's going to be some different spots, especially as our library is still finishing up its construction. We'll figure out where that location is currently for you to get your IDs.
Yes, that is a good question. And your ID, I will talk about this later on while we get to the Student Rec Center, but your ID, I swear y'all, it is the most important piece of plastic you will have on this campus. It has so many great things on it. But I'll get to those pretty soon. First, I want to talk to y'all about the Natural Resources Building. It's just one of several buildings that kind of houses the sciences. So over here, we've got our Oceanography Department, Environmental Resources, Environmental Management. But the coolest thing about this building is that they have a fully equipped fire lab. So a lot of y'all that are in the sciences will have labs where you get to go into the forest and kind of forage, stuff that's on the ground, bring it back and get to see how easy it ignites. And so there's different fire technologies that you can explore through here. There's a bunch of different labs in this building, but your sciences departments are all on this general side of campus. So if you are on campus and you can walk around through this area, definitely do so. There's a lot of hills and a lot of stairs and they're all over campus. So it's a great way to get your workout in, to just visit different places. Forgive me. It took me where I didn't want to go. But the Behavioral and Social Sciences building, y'all, is the tallest building on campus, in my opinion. It's got the best view. It's got 5 floors of just amazing things. We have our Native American Forum on this side, and it has a student access gallery where a lot of students get to showcase their art for you art folks. There's several places on campus where you can display your art in the galleries, and you're encouraged to do so. The Native American Forum has one of several, and the Native American Forum is dedicated to the ties that we have with the local Native community. So for y'all that don't know, Humboldt State occupies Wiyot land. And so a lot of those relationships with the local tribal community have kind of led into HSU's missions and a lot of the programs that we have. And so you have our Native American Studies department, who is in this building also. A lot of our professional studies are also in this building. So psychology, sociology, computer science, stuff like that you'll find in this building. The 5th floor has some of the best views because you can't see it from here. But if you go to that top floor and look out, you'll see the Eureka Bay. You'll see a lot of the Arcata Community Forest, the marsh, and it's just a really magical place. A lot of this building has collaborative spaces for y'all to just kind of go in there, hang out, do some homework. If you need to input data with a group of friends or, your academic group, whatever it is, they have a lot of spaces for you to work here. So if you need a place to kind of just sit down and do, like I said, that kind of stuff, Behavioral Social Sciences building. It's a mission to get up here, but once you do, it's got a lot to offer. So definitely visit this area. There's a lot of labs on campus as well. Every single lab on campus is fully equipped with Adobe Creative Cloud and a lot of the engineer and math softwares that you might need for your classes. So there's a lot of labs on campus. BSS has a couple of them, but it's a great working space. Right behind it in this little house over here, we can't get any closer, but that is our Campus Center for Appropriate Technology. And y'all, they will teach you how to do virtually everything to make yourself the most sustainable version of yourself. So they will teach you how to compost, how to recycle properly. I believe they recently got pigs in there for their composting pile. They'll teach you how to garden. They'll host all kinds of workshops throughout the year, again, to try to make you the most sustainable version of yourself that you can be. There's a couple folks that live in here, so if you want to get involved, whether that's volunteering or just at the different workshops, visit their website. It's the Campus Center for Appropriate Technology, or affectionately referred to as CCAT. So just keep an eye out for any events that they might offer. Over here behind them, we have our Schatz Energy Research Center. Y'all, they are doing so many amazing things as far as clean energy goes, both with the community and also just the opportunities and internships that they offer their students. So if y'all are interested in that kind of a thing, visit the Schatz Energy Research Center and their website to hear a little bit more. Over on the other side of campus, across the street, we've got our Wildlife and Fisheries Department. This is a really cool building because it's got something like 14,000 specimens in there for our wildlife and fisheries biology folks to kind of learn and study. Our ornithology program they kick butt every single time in their competitions identifying different bird sounds, different birds. So there's a club for this. If y'all are interested in birds, if that's something that bird watching is something that you like to do, there are clubs. There's something like 180 clubs, 170 clubs around campus. So if there's not something that y'all are interested in, it's fairly easy to make a club, and a lot of folks do, but the Ornithology Club is something that you can participate in. This building, again, has a lot of specimen, taxidermy specimen. They were all confiscated by Fish and Game from illegal poaching and donated to our institution for educational purposes. But the cool thing about the departments is the resources they have. So as a student, as a wildlife student, as a science student, you are literally doing the things that you're learning. And so right outside this building, we have our fish hatchery and our game pens. Students get to go in here and sorry, it's been a little slow, but they get to go in here and you get to work the things that you're learning. Again, I'm gonna sound like a broken record, but you really are doing these things, and it makes for a very well-rounded learning experience. And here you'll learn how to handle the animals. You also learn how to observe them. If it's a group characteristic, is it an individual characteristic, that sort of a thing. So it's really cool. Like I said, this is mostly the science complexes. So right across the street over here, we have our forestry department and our forestry building. And our forestry department most recently got a tribal forestry concentration. And again, like I mentioned, Humboldt State occupies Wiyot land. So a lot of traditional ecological knowledge kind of bleeds into the stuff that you're learning. And it puts you, I believe, at an advantage because you're learning of traditional ways to both conserve the area, and also there's different technologies that have kind of been pushed aside that need to come back in order for us to repair the damage that has been done. And so a lot of our programs here at HSU are doing that. And you, as a science student, get to go out into the field. And so by the time you get your degree, you can say, I did those things. And so you have things that you've done to complement the things that you've learned. And a great example of that is this forestry department. Like I said, that tribal forestry, I know for a fact, students got to go up with the Yurok tribe, I believe, and do controlled burnings in the area. And so that's fire technology that needs to happen in order for us to, California fire seasons, in order for them to not decimate us. So I'm very excited for y'all to keep that work up. Peter, I believe you have a question.
Yeah, we actually have a couple things kind of going through that. They talked about student IDs and where to get them. So we wanted to make sure we gave you the latest and updated information that you have. The basement of the library actually is one of those places we'll try to swing by and show you kind of where that basement area is on the excursion. There's been some developments, but also if you're in housing, you should be able to get your ID from your housing spaces down there in the J Hall. And so, or the Jolly Giants facility, you'll be able to get those IDs there. And then when it came down to your support, so there was a question right now about the iPad program. That we haven't got the arrival date time yet for that iPad program. So we will actually be sending out more additional information once we know when they arrive, and we'll be reaching out to you. So we'll get that information out to you as well. And in terms of other tech support, I did put it in the main chat, where you can actually request and put in an IT ticket and also call in if you have trouble accessing Wi-Fi or getting access to some technology and getting some direction. They will help you out through that IT support as well. So just put a lot of those questions in there. And a lot of it's going to, again, get around the rec center, that a lot of the other questions currently around that. And I'm finding out the rough ETA of when the library will be fully reopened and with all of its aspects and remodeling. So I'll get that information to you if I can before the end of this experience. And there also was a question, Lupita, around where they can find our academic advisors since they've moved from where they are and now into the library. So you can talk a little bit more where they might find their advisors there, or I can jump in at that time. But they're really kind of looking through and definitely identifying different spaces and different areas that they may even study and where they might be hanging out with friends and peers. So we keep that out there. And if you do, I was looking through the questions in the IDs, questions that they had is what happens if I lose it? You would go back to the library or back to housing and let them know, and they would go and work with you on the process of getting a new library, or not a new ID card for you. Now, the other thing that's also part of it, if you're remote, if you're somewhere else in the state or somewhere else in the country, they will mail out your ID card to you so that you can produce it for you and then get that mailed out to you. So working with the library, we'll be able to get that done. So you can work with the library to get your ID card, or if you're in housing, you can work with housing. Hopefully we've answered most of those questions. I'll start clearing them out and keep going, but I'm going to pass it back off to you, Lupita.
Sounds solid. Yeah, you want your ID card because by the time you get to us, it is, like I said, the most important piece of plastic. And I'm going to come back to that, but I need to tell y'all real quick about this greenhouse because it's open to pretty much everyone, not just science students. And it's very gorgeous. It's got 6 different rooms, temperate, aquatic. They have a tropical room, a subtropical dome over here. So for those of y'all that are SoCal folks, that room is pretty warm. If you're ever missing the SoCal heat, go in there and remind yourself why you came to Humboldt County in the first place. I like to read in here. It's a space that you can just kind of walk around in, bring your homework and stuff. It's really, really nice. But that being said, let's get to what y'all really want to know about, and that is a little bit more about student life. So this over here is our Redwood Bowl / our sports and recreation area. So we have 2 recreational gyms over here, I believe. Give me a sec to figure this thing out. But the coolest thing about this area is that it's both our NCAA sports, our club sports, recreational, and intramural sports. So we have a ton of things for y'all to get involved with. If you are an athlete, I'm sure you've already had practices in this area. If you are interested in doing recreational / intramural sports, club sports even, this is the area to do so. On this first level floor of this building over here, it is our student activity center. Student activity center, they host all kinds of events from beginners nights, anything from beginners kayaking, beginners rock climbing, beginners camping, backpacking trips, rafting trips, sailing trips even. They do all kinds of things. And the best part is that you can participate in these events that they host, or you can rent out their equipment on your own time. So you can go out to the Eureka Bay. You can go kayaking for the entire day for $15. You can rent out backpacking backpacks. You can rent out rock climbing shoes. And the best thing is super affordable. So if you're anything like me and you like doing a lot of things, but you don't really like committing to like the equipment that you have to get to do all these fun things, Student Rec Center is the place to go to. And you just need your student ID to check out these equipment. So like we said, it's the most important piece of plastic, but also because you get to ride the bus for free in Humboldt County. So you can go as far north as Trinidad and as far south as Scotia with your HSU ID. You can ride the Arcata Transit System, Eureka Transit System, the Redwood Transit System, which is that general system that'll take you up and down the Humboldt County. But you can do it for free. So it's really fun to get out and explore, take a weekend trip to Trinidad. It's super easy. You just need your ID. But going back to the rec center, you have all of these things available. These two gyms on top of the rec center. So this is the Forbes gym and the West gym is on this end over here. They'll have drop-in hours. So if you just kind of want to play around, some basketball, shoot around, do some volleyball, badminton, they'll have drop-in hours for you to just show up and use the gym, or you can sign up for the recreational and intramural sports. So this is a more organized type of event where you have a team and there's game nights and stuff like that. Club sports, we have several club sports. You can visit the athletics page to get a little bit more info, but just so y'all know, you can participate in fencing, you can participate in archery, rowing. There are several things to get involved with. But in this center, so this is our student recreation center. It's been a little slow, but it'll eventually take us in there. And you have access to this entire facility for free. You just have to show up with your HSU ID. You can grab some medicine balls, and if this indoor field is open and available, you're more than welcome to use it. A lot of the times our club sports like archery will practice in here. You can't see it, but there's softball dents from where our softball team has to practice indoors, just that kind of a thing. And so you can head in here. Like I said, it's completely free to use. I believe their hours are posted on their website, but they're usually open pretty late, depending on COVID restrictions and stuff like that. But you just show up with your HSU ID, and we have this 50-foot rock climbing wall. Again, all of this is totally accessible for free to students. They will rent out the rock climbing shoes to you. They have all the equipment that you might need, all the chalk and everything. You just basically show up. They have weight training classes and different kind of physical education sports that you can participate in, stretch and relaxation. And y'all, I had a roommate my sophomore year who told me that she always signs up for a physical education class, regardless of like how many units she's at already. Obviously not if you're capped, but you have to schedule time out of your day to go work out. Like if you do not do that for yourself, it's just not going to happen. You're going to be tired. You're going to get to your dorm and be like, okay, I'm, done with the day. So she always scheduled a physical education class in her schedule. So she was kind of forced to get up and move around. So we have stretch and relaxation classes. We have dance classes. I know we have baile folklorico, dance fusion, and a bunch of other stuff up on this end over here. Just a quick reminder, we do have a scientific diving program for those of y'all that are science folks, even the non-science folks. If you wanted to just pick up scuba and learn how to do it, we do have a scientific diving credential, and I believe it's fairly small units wise. So if that's something that you're interested in, definitely get involved. But this over here is our Redwood Bowl. This is where commencement happens. You can hang out here. And the fun thing is that Wi-Fi is pretty accessible all around campus. If you look over here, you'll notice that the forest kind of hugs our school. There is forest entrance along this entire line of trees back here. And so in between classes, if you want to grab a hammock, grab some friends, head into the forest for a while, you're more than welcome to. There was a question about I believe the Student Rec Center. It is open right now. So if you have your student ID and you are vaccinated, you are more than welcome to come to the Student Rec Center. And they'll start, what was that?
Can you chime in about the different outside recreations when they can rent equipment and do a couple more things along that line a little bit more? I think there's still some questions about what they can do, what kind of activities they can do outside in various areas and different spaces, renting kayaks and doing any of those items.
Yes. So we have our Humboldt Bay Aquatic Center, which is in Eureka, and they're still part of campus, but they operate out of Eureka, and they will rent out paddle boards, kayaks and stuff to you. You just show up again with your HSU ID, and their rates might be online. But the fun thing is, remember I mentioned like 170 clubs and activities that you can participate in. Some of that is in the forest. So I know mountain biking club has a lot of trails that they enjoy in our HSU forest. We have, I think it's up to 1.5 miles belongs to HSU, and then the rest of that is community forest. So there's a lot to do. We have our I'm blanking on their name, but they the Student Bike Center. So if you have a bike on campus and you need a repair or anything like that, these folks offer their services to students for free. They're just a little shack over here. They're students that get you the best prices for your bikes to repair them. If you want a bike, you can talk to them about helping you find one relatively cheap. But it's the Bicycle Learning Center over here, and they'll help you out with all of that. We have also our marching lumberjacks. So if you like to make music, I think the best way to describe them is controlled chaos. If they're not a marching band, they do not lock their knees. They just make noise. So if y'all play any instruments, or if you want to play any instruments, they're another club that you can get involved with. We have several dance studios / dance clubs that you can participate in. The stretch and relaxation class that I was talking about is an actual class. But as far as things that you can rent out, the student recreations or the center of activities, sorry about that. The center of activities is the place to go. They'll have basketball, badminton, I mentioned archery. Some of the sports are transitioning from like club sports or from recreation to like club sports. So I know some of the club sports that we do have are rowing and I believe rugby is also a club sport. And rugby, so these club sports, you can just join. You can talk to them. I believe some might have tryouts, but if you wanted medium intensity, not something necessarily NCAA, but a little bit more serious than a recreational sport, joining some of these club sports could be beneficial to you. I know in the past we've had like dodgeball tournaments in here, or they've hosted different little things like that. And that's all center of activities. So the center of activities will do like twilight paddle boarding, where you can sign up ahead of time, but it's important that you check their pages out and constantly so that you know what is going on. So like I said, they'll host beginners backpacking, beginners rock climbing, and take you out into the area with a group of folks who kind of knows what's going on. So you're not just out there. But yeah.
And I wanted to let the folks that are right now tuning, we've seen all your questions about some club sports and how to connect. I'll be dropping in some links in just a moment throughout all your questions and trying to get you the open hours and doing anything else through our chat and through our Q&A. So I'll be posting that information shortly. And as we continue on, there's a lot of questions around housing when it comes down to the J points and where can I use my J points? And if I'm living off campus, where would I go? So you might want to mention a couple of those as you get a chance to explore the rest of campus.
Yes. That is a great question. And actually, I want to show you all our student center that is actually, it just opened today. So our new student activities center is located here. It's this is one of the main areas on campus, one of the main quads on campus. And so the depot, which is a popular eating area for folks who live off campus, but a popular lunch / early dinner area for folks who live on campus. These guys are more mall style food area. And remember, everywhere on campus that offers dining, you can use your meal points for. So this, the depot area, the marketplace, the J, which some of you might be familiar with, all of these areas, you can use your points. Each place, I believe, works differently. So I know the J is on a swipe system. So you swipe and you get your food. The depot, you might get charged for everything that you eat, but it should be pretty self-explanatory as you go through. These are food options though. So I believe the new student center that just opened today, it's open pretty late, and it's actually a really awesome opportunity for y'all to kind of mingle. They have a gaming lounge, pool tables. They have a kitchen area for any of you that live off campus and just kind of want to heat up your lunch that you brought. They have lockers that will be available to rent later out in the fall. But it's generally meant for an area for y'all to kind of hang out in between classes and stuff. And in it, so above the depot in this bigger area will be Bigfoot Burgers. So that's the newest dining place on campus that we've got. And it'll be available to students in here. Like Peter said, you can use your dining points in here. As of right now, I believe the bookstore is still on this 3rd floor. Peter, correct me if I'm wrong.
Currently it is, and they'll be opening up the other store downtown Arcata shortly. And I know that there's different mechanisms. So keep an eye on your HSU email as we continue to update you on everything related to the bookstore.
Yeah, but yeah, so the bookstore is up here. If y'all have rented your books through the bookstore, that's available. But honestly, I'm gonna let y'all in on a little secret. One of my favorite things about Humboldt State is that a lot of professors will make their material very accessible to you. So the bookstore is up here. If you rented books, you can get them up there, but I would really just get my like HSU swag up there because the library has a plethora of resources. And hopefully I'll get over there pretty soon, but I want to tell y'all that the Associated Students is also in this building. So student government you can find on this 2nd floor right here. You can also find the clubs and activities office. If you want to get involved with any of these departments, reach out, especially Associated Students. Later on, there will be elections and stuff. So if you want to, again, be a representative, it is a paid position. And if you want to get into that policy making stuff, this is where it happens. You'll find a lot of folks bring their dogs to campus. It's a pretty animal friendly campus. You'll say hi to some deer as you're walking to class. People will be juggling out here, just lounging around. So this is a pretty popular hangout spot, and it is the heart of campus. If we look over here, this building is Siemens Hall. A lot of y'all will have general education classes in there. Our School of Business is in there, so finance, business folks, y'all are in here. The Dean of Students, or the President's office is also in here, sorry. So all the big wigs you can find in here. But I wanna take y'all over to the library, if I could even orient myself towards it. As we're walking to the library, this building that we've got over here, Nelson Hall, has previously housed our academic centers. So our El Centro, our retention through academic mentoring program, which some of y'all have already started getting text messages about. So keep an eye on your email if you are a part of RAMP. Your mentor will reach out to you sometime this week. But these academic centers, I believe, Peter, correct me if I'm wrong again, they just changed the name of the center. The UMJA Center is for, it used to be our African American Center for Academic Excellence. But again, all these academic.
Yes. Sorry about that. It's Umoja. Yeah, the Umoja.
My apologies. Yes, the Umoja Center will be in this building, El Centro, which is our Latinx Center for Academic Excellence. We also have ITEP and Intercept. These are native programs for science students and future teachers, but also just support centers. Those are also academic centers that we have on campus available, not necessarily in Nelson Hall. But just keep an eye out for those kinds of names when you're checking your emails, those events and stuff. It's important to kind of get acquainted. And these are really great spaces for students on campus. So if you want to see see some of that stuff, head to their websites. Real quick, this is our Student Health and Services Center. So this is where our psychological services are also located. They have a pharmacy in there. So if you need prescriptions or anything like that and you're living on campus, this is a great place to come. They also offer free counseling sessions a semester. I'm not quite sure of what that number is right now, but they do offer free counseling services. So scheduling appointments with them, you can do that through your health portal. And so if y'all haven't already done it, this is also a great reminder to upload your COVID vaccine card, because to be able to access all of these facilities that we're talking about in person, you have to submit that. And eventually to be an HSU student, you will also have to submit that. So that can be done through your student health portal and should be done as soon as possible. But if you ever get hurt on campus, this is a good stop. They are not a replacement for emergency care. So if you are in an emergency, an immediate emergency, please dial 911 or head to the emergency room. These folks are here more so for when you need stitches to something that's not very hardcore. A lot of their services are very, very cheap. I got crutches with them for $20. So if you know anything about crutches or boots, is that they're really expensive. So they're just an option. You do not have health insurance with the school. They are just here to help. And a lot of their services are low cost or free. Now over here is the one of the bus stops that we have on campus. It's the Library Circle. It's the most, I would say, popular bus stop on campus. It's the most accessible also. And like I said, your HSU ID is your bus pass. So, so do with that what you will. Visit and explore Humboldt County for free. Now, the library does not look like this always. It has been under construction, but it's 3 levels of just amazing resources. And there's a couple of things that happen here. I'm being mindful of time. I know we've got 5 minutes left. So I'll also try to answer y'all's questions. Any last minute questions, leave in the chat. Peter, let me know. But this library, starting from the basement floor, it used to be our Disability Resource Center, and y'all, the Disability Resource Center is here for you. So any learning accommodations that you might have or any physical accommodations that you might need, they will help you out. They have all sorts of equipment, from recording pens, recording notebooks, to note takers. If you want to be a note taker, they will also pay you to be a note taker. But y'all, this is not a very easily accessible campus. So really, if you need their help, they have vans that'll take you from your destination to the next. So ask for help if you need it. Now we'll go inside because the library itself is being retrofitted, but it's projected to be available, I believe, by the end of the semester. Peter will correct me if I'm wrong, but
yeah, the first floor we hope to see soon in the next month or so, and then I know the rest of the library will be at the end of the year. We're getting updates from our dean of our library, so very cool to get immediate stuff. You ask for it, we try to answer it for you.
yes. Like I mentioned way earlier, this entire library, so the entire campus has all kinds of computer labs available. So if you ever need a space to go in, like if technology fails you, every building has at least one computer lab, but the library has several. And in here, we have our library cafe on this first floor. We also have tutoring centers. Y'all get tutoring for free. You can. We have our writing studio. We have our math and science studios as well. But the writing center is the most popular among students, and it's literally someone will look over your paper for you, help you with MLA, APA, Chicago style, anything your professor requires, you can get help with at that writing studio. And if you're taking a math class or a science class that you need kind of general help with, then that is available there. Roger, forgive me, but the typing of your computer, we can all hear.
My bad.
No, you're good. You're good. But I'm trying to tell them about the library. So on this first floor, that's what you can find, this library cafe. Again, your meal point plans that you can use all over campus. This is the checkout desk. So here they will help you out with, again, you can check out laptops, routers. They have DSLRs for you if you're like me and you like to try things, but you don't like to commit. Again, check out their catalog of things that are available. Now, silver linings in COVID are that now you can download the software that was available in this computer and these on-campus computers. You can download them onto your personal laptop. And so there's a link through the library's website where you'll have to log into your HSU account, but you get Adobe Creative Cloud for free during your time here as an HSU student. So take advantage of that. I had a friend who paid, do not pay. The library will provide it for you. They also have an interlibrary loan program. So if they've got a book somewhere else that you want, then they can get it for you.
As we draw to a close, a lot of your questions that were. Sorry, Lupita, let me take a second.
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, what's up?
Right now to closing, I want to just make sure that we get a little bit of information before we hand it off back to the team. When it comes down to your J points and a lot of your questions with housing, feel free to reach out to them as we haven't had a chance to respond to all of your questions. They're there to help you to actually answer those questions, where you can utilize them and how you can get the best options for you when it comes down to your flex dollars and the differences between the two. So definitely reach out to them. And so as we get to a close here, and we're going to hand it back off, we definitely want you to make sure that you still do have some additional support from us. So if for some reason, if you're in the area and you want to come by our Student Business Service Building, or SBS, you're able to connect with us there. Our tour guides are available. They can answer some questions. They can help you out finding some different spots. So our help desk there, right there at the Welcome Center, is available for you at any time to come in and ask us any questions. And we'll try to get you all the answers that you need, or get around to different places. Or if you're still wondering where something might be, don't hesitate. Swing by our office and we're there to help you out. So definitely excited to have you all here on campus, and excited to also, for those that are being virtual for us and all over the state and across the country, we're excited for you to all be lumberjacks with us. And at this point, we will try to kind of hand it back off to Roger and the team, see where they will go from here, and we will try to continue to answer questions as we can in the chat.
All right, so we are done for the day. I'm going to share my screen real quick. We are going to start up again tomorrow at 10 a.m. I'm going to put the link in the chat one more time, but you can, that was the wrong link. The link in the chat for the freshman schedule. And so again, bookmark this page, keep it open for tomorrow. You're going to log back to the webinar by clicking this link at 10 a.m. And we'll see you tomorrow. If you have more questions, feel free to text us or email the orientation line, or you can save it for tomorrow. We'll answer questions there. But thank you all for joining us for orientation day 1. We got day 2 tomorrow, and then then we're excited for you to get started with classes next week.
Yes,
Sorry for the rush.
Wonderful rest of your day.
Hey, you're all welcome. Thanks, lumberjacks. Appreciate you.